Mike, you ready? Good evening and welcome to the joint meeting of the Advisory Finance Committee and Select Board called here on Tuesday, May 31st, 2022. Sorry for the delay in starting, just a little bit of technical difficulties here. If I could I ask everybody that is able to rise and join in the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yeah. Because we're meeting via hybrid, I should have started with this. Thank you for reminding me. But pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, this meeting will be conducted in person and via remote means in accordance with the applicable law. This means that members of the public body, as well as members of the public, may access this meeting in person or via virtual means. In-person attendance will be at the meeting location listed above, which is here in the Great Hall of the Forbes Municipal Building, and it is possible that any or all members of the public body may attend remotely, with in-person attendance consisting of members of the public. The meeting may also be accessed remotely via the Zoom link, which was published on the agenda. When required by law or allowed by the chair, persons wishing to provide public comment or otherwise participate in the meeting may do so by in-person attendance or by accessing the meeting remotely as noted above. Additionally, the meeting will be broadcast live in real time via Westboro TV's online platforms, as well as Verizon Channel 28 and Charter Channel 192. So with that, we will kick off this joint meeting with folks in attendance, quorums on both, I believe. And I will turn it over to the town manager for just a review of the process and what we're doing here tonight.
Great. Oh. Not showing up there.
Perhaps.
Oh, hang on, maybe I need to. Yes. Yes. All right. Sorry about that. So the meeting tonight is to talk about the Arpa proposals. It's something that we've all been talking about for over a year since we were made aware that the town was going to receive approximately $5.7 million in federal Arpa money. That's American Rescue Plan Act money. We had to create process around receiving this money because unlike most grants where we have a project and we apply for a grant to fund that project, this was sort of the opposite, where we were given this money as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic in order to deal with issues related to the pandemic. It took several months for the final rule to come out related to what the money could be used for. And as all of you know, we hired Clifton Larson Allen as a consultant to help us determine eligibility and to work with us on compliance and reporting throughout the process. So we received the first installment of this money last year. And we're due to receive the balance of it in the next couple months. The money needs to be obligated by 2024, by the end of 2024, and fully expended by the end of 2026. There is some discussion, and I've talked to both your committees separately about this. So there's discussion at the federal level about communities that have not obligated those funds and a potential for some sort of clawback. So I just put that out there for awareness. We're not sure where that will go, but I think, given our timeline and, hopefully obligating those funds in the coming weeks, I think that Westboro will be in a good position if that does come to fruition. One of the things that I wanted to talk about, because we've received some questions, is how do the Arpa projects, the Arpa proposals that came to you, how did they get there? So what was the process? And then also, how do they align with other sort of planning documents that the town has? So as a reminder for the the process that we created. We had an initial form that we asked all departments to fill out. We also sent it to some committees that might have had at the time what we thought could have been potential ARPA projects. And so we did receive proposals exceeding $11 million, so more than we could fund, unfortunately. And then as a finance team, we looked at those proposals and we asked additional questions. So some of the questions were, and you saw this in your packet, some of the questions were, how does it relate to COVID? What's your timeline for implementation of the projects? What are some other funding sources that you might use in order to get the projects done if it were not to be awarded? And so then we asked some additional questions. Were these in a second form? And we said, were these already on some sort of plan? How maybe have things changed since we asked the initial question? So this has really been a process over 14 months. And so a couple of months ago, the finance team, which consists of myself, finance folks on the town side, the superintendent, finance folks on her side, as well as the chairs of both of the finance committee, the select board, and the school committee, meeting and putting forward these recommended proposals. So as you'll note, some of the total of the proposals is a little shy of that 5.7 million. So there's still some available funding that we'll have to discuss at a future time. So in terms of looking at the planning documents that we might consider, the 3 planning documents that I looked at in review of these is the capital plan, the strategic plan, and the master plan, and this is just blurbs on sort of what those are. The capital plan obviously has our capital improvements that are proposed to be taken in the next 5 years. The strategic plan was something that we completed in 2018 to articulate our vision and mission. And then the master plan is a long-term physical development plan that also considers other values in the community. Out of the strategic plan came the town's mission, an innovative town government trusted to provide high-quality municipal and educational services and enhance quality of life and provide an inclusive and positive experience for the community, as well as the town's vision, which is Westboro, a vibrant, inclusive, safe, attractive, connected, and engaged community for a lifetime. In looking at the ARPA projects, there are 3 ARPA projects that we've already funded. So these next few slides will go through the project, the department, the project proposal, the cost, and then how it might align with some of those planning documents. So the ones that were already funded, that were recommended by the Finance Committee and awarded by the Select Board are the Armstrong School roof, which is, as we all know, something that came up as an emergency repair. That was already on the capital plan for FY25. The funding of the Clifton Larson Allen consultant for this process, which was identified as a need related to ARPA and receipt of this money. And then the $250,000 for the MassWorks grant matching funds. And that project, the Otis Street Corridor Study, and all the work around Otis Street that the MassWorks grant would fund are consistent with 2 action items on the master plan. And looking at the projects that you'll hear about more this evening, the Assessor's Department is looking for $25,000 for field inspections. This was spoken to in the non-public safety staffing study, which was a study that was done as as an initiative of the strategic plan, which recommended additional staffing. But probably more importantly is that this was really an operational need that was identified as a result of the pandemic, where they weren't able to get out into people's homes in order to meet that DOR requirement to inspect all properties every 9 years. And our chief assessor will talk more about that. Economic development has the creation of a comprehensive wayfinding system. That's an identified goal of the local rapid recovery plan, which was a planning grant that the town was able to get over the last year, and also consistent with the master plan. The direct assistance to business working capital grant program, also an initiative of the LRRP, and consistent with the master plan. And looking at the fire and police with the public radio infrastructure, this is only a portion of the project that was proposed in the capital plan for FY25. And the chief will talk more about some additional costs related to this, but it is also consistent with the master plan. There are two fire department initiatives, the washer dryer, as well as the equipment washer. These are small ticket items, but identified needs related to the pandemic, not existing on any specific plan, but certainly something that was a need that was identified as a result of the pandemic. These are also two of the projects that are pending on a bill at the state level for use of state ARPA funds. And we have a few of these that we'll talk about, understanding that, you know, we would wait for that bill, the outcome of that bill before we were to actually spend any ARPA funds awarded. The police department will talk about the 3 additional officers and the police cruiser. This is the adding of officers is an initiative of the strategic plan to implement the recommendations of the staffing studies for both police and fire. It's also consistent with the master plan, which specifically calls out the town strategic plan initiative and the following on of the staffing study. This is the only project that's before you where we would add additional staff. In discussions with the finance team, we felt that this was an appropriate use of ARPA funds because this implementation plan was specifically impacted by the pandemic. So we were planning to follow an implementation plan for additional police, and we held off over multiple years as a result of the pandemic. DPW, the water quality chlorine potassium hydroxide project. This was something that was funded at town meeting through the enterprise fund. So this is something that if it's not approved would be paid through water user fees, but it's consistent with 2 action items of the master plan. The recreation department splash pad. The recreation director will talk more about some additional costs related to this in addition to the 275. So this is just an offset to the project, but consistent with 3 action items of the master plan. And then for the school department, the high school chillers is identified as an FY23 request in the capital plan and was also approved at town meeting. So if it was not approved using ARPA funds, then it would go to the debt budget. And then the Youth and Family Services has 2 projects that are being recommended, one for a behavioral health programming contract as well as a case management contract. And both of those are consistent with action items under the public health portion of the master plan. This is the spreadsheet that you have in your packets that just shows the projects that are before you tonight, as well as the projects that have already been funded, and that balance of the $258,691 if all projects were to be awarded. Understanding that those 2 fire projects, the washer dryer and the equipment washer are, as I said, are pending in the state ARPA bill, and then the wayfinding system, our economic development coordinator has applied for a grant for that. So obviously if that was awarded and ARPA funding was no longer needed, then it would be paid for out of that grant, which would free up some additional money. So with that, I think we're going to start with our chief assessor unless people have questions.
Questions for Christy?
Just one question. I don't know what the thing is. The chlorine thing also passed at town meeting as well, right?
Yes. Yep. So there were 3. There were 2 chlorine projects. There were 3 water projects that were put forward for ARPA funding. One was for water line design, and that passed at town meeting to be funded by retained earnings. So that's not recommended. There were 2 chlorine projects. One was this $810,000 project, which was recommended, and then also an additional project, which was $1.2 million. That passed at town meeting. That's not being recommended, so that would be funded through debt through the water budget. And just as a reminder that the DPW director and the superintendent were not asked to present tonight, so those 2 projects will not be discussed tonight, understanding that the AFC and the select board already voted to recommend those to town meeting, and they were passed at town meeting.
Good evening, John Steinberg, your Chief Assessor. As Christy mentioned, I'm here requesting money for 1,000 inspections for residential property. As she referenced, ARPA directly impacted our operational inspection program. There was a period of the year where we were instructed not to be in the field at all, whether it be field review or out in the vehicles. We were asked to stay in. Beyond that, there was another period of time where we were not getting out of the vehicle and doing inspections, and the state has decided that they will not accept our field review work, nor will they accept info from MLS for that entire period. So any of those properties that were inspected from the exterior will not count towards our inspection. To back up for a second, just to explain what inspections we do, we inspect in 3 different ways. Our priority every year is twofold. It's to inspect 100% of our sales to make sure we understand them so that when we do our valuation annually, we're doing it fairly and equitably, and we're doing it with data that we understand and we can analyze. The second inspection is for growth. It's permit inspections. We do our best to get out on every permit that we can to capture that growth in a timely fashion. And while we may not be specifically mentioned in the master plan or any of those other initiatives, we are indirectly in that they talk about management of taxes. And I always say the best way you can manage taxes is by capturing new growth in a timely fashion. And that's where we prioritize most of our inspections over the course of the year. We currently have a part-time data inspector, a field lister, and she does the majority of our residential inspections. As was mentioned in the staffing study analyzing our inspection program stated clearly that we don't have the resources to maintain the level of inspections that we shoot to do in a way that I believe we can properly value the town. And so as it is, we're sort of one step behind. And in my mind, the staffing study frankly fell short because it references an IAAO study that referenced when you do your own personal property, there's an additional 25% impact. And we do our own personal property. We do it in-house. We do it in-house because I believe we can do a better job of it than the people who are out there that do personal property. We have some very complex accounts. I have a full-time assistant who handles commercial property, personal property, and larger new construction projects, of which we have a lot of. So I'm looking for money to do 1,000 inspections to get us caught up in preparation for our 2024 revaluation. So for our 2024 revaluation, the state will take a look at where we stand with regards to their standard of every 9 years. My goal, frankly, is I think that every 9 years is generous, and the inspections that these will cover are what we call cyclical inspections. That's our 3rd tier of inspections. It's all the properties that don't pull permits and don't have any work done that we're required to get out to. And I think that sometimes those are the most important, because when people say to me, they've done nothing to our house, you know, there's no reason we need to be out there. I always say, well, if you've done nothing to your house, we want to make sure that we're comparing it properly. If there's deferred maintenance, if it's aged faster than the other homes that are selling, we want to make sure we're adjusting that properly. And the only way we can do that is if we get out and we're boots on the ground. That's all I got.
Great. Thank you, John. Questions from either board?
Yeah, is the, so these 1,000 that this money would go to would be a contract person?
Correct. Correct. And I'll just state for the record that I believe that when you hire contractors, you can only hire contractors with oversight. So I think it requires that we check their work, that we're going back out to some of the houses as they do it, because while they might not do as good a job, they're going to do a higher volume that we would. We want to make sure that we're getting a decent work product back.
I think that was a good question too, because, sorry, Sean, that it is a one-time funding, not an ongoing hire there. So thanks for the question. Sean?
Is there a target date by which you want these inspections completed?
There isn't a specific drop-dead date. Obviously, there's some seasonal sensitivity to it, but given really where we are, the goal would be by fiscal '24 so that we're in time for our revaluation. So when the state comes in, we're right where we need to be in time with that.
Shelby?
Thanks, John. What percent of the tertiary level that you referred to does the 1,000 represent?
In terms of how many outstanding that are,
Yeah, I mean, just sort of give us a scale of 1,000.
to bring us up to the minimum that we need for that 24, I calculated about 1,200 properties that would bring us to the minimum standard. So this will get us to a point where we can go beyond that. And that, of course, doesn't take into account sort of the rolling calendar that'll happen as we go, as well as us trying to keep up with the permits. Again, I think that that's really where we emphasize our time.
And will these inspections be exterior, or I know you always strive to get interior, but there's no guarantee that you will.
Yeah, no, the
right?
goal is to do a full inspection. People have no obligation to let us in. I always say it's absolutely their right. I always urge them to, at the very least, let us measure the house and doing an exterior inspection. While nothing may have changed, you know, we don't always have the data correct. It's data in, data out. I might confess that I have fat-fingered a number from time to time, hopefully not very often. But we want to make sure that it's right. I mean, the most important thing that I can emphasize is to make sure our data is accurate. So at the very least, they do that. If we do an interior inspection, the other thing that I emphasize is we're not out there just to raise everyone's value. I want the value to be right. If we have their house as excellent and it should be good, we want it to be good. So if we go out to a house and we see that it should be adjusted properly, to be adjusted in a downward fashion, we're going to do that. I mean, I want it to be accurate. The only thing I would say is when they don't let us in, the only thing we can do is go based upon the limited information that we have. So if they have a really nice house on the outside and we're unable to get in, we can only presume that the house is likely really nice on the inside. And so if they haven't done any work sometimes to let us to do a quick walkthrough, that is in their best interest. However, I also say if they want to review their record card before they do that, they can do that too.
And just a follow-on question. So if you find that the contractor is not able to sort of get to that 1,000 number, would you anticipate spending less than the 25,000, or would you assign that person to do other types of inspections to offset work from your team now?
I don't really understand the question.
Well,
There's
I
always
guess-
inspections. We never end our inspections.
No, I know. So what I heard you say is the contract position that would be hired for this would do a particular type of inspection.
Correct.
And so if they're not able to get to kind of that number of 1,000, and you're kind of seeing that, you know, there's people aren't letting them in or whatever, would that work stop? And so they would not, their contract value would fall short of 25,000, and then that money would be available, or it's 25,000 that we're looking at no matter what?
I guess the answer is if they ran out of work, we wouldn't spend the money. We don't want them inspecting things that don't need inspection.
Yep.
The only thing I would say is, again, the Department of Revenue standards are minimum. I want properties that haven't been inspected for us to get out and confirm measurements at the very least. And us doing an exterior inspection and attempting entry satisfies the state requirement. Whether or not it necessarily satisfies the best interest of the data is a different story. But again, you know, we want to make sure that when our revaluation comes up, that we are at the very least at the state standard.
Yeah, Patrick?
Thanks, John. I appreciate the presentation. Will the $25,000 also cover other costs? So the one thing that comes to my mind is fuel costs. These people are going to be driving around a lot. Fuel costs are increasing pretty quickly. Will that be covered? And are there any other costs that we are not considering as part of that $25,000?
Yes, it will cover other costs. No, it'll be all in. I mean, my anticipation is
contract.
it'll be a contract. This will be how much we'll get for the $25,000. It will include data entry. The contractor that I've spoken to has given us a number. That quote number comes from someplace that will include them entering their data as well. So we're not working off of their record cards.
So for both your question and Shelby's question, it would be a contract for 1,000 inspections, which would include the exterior and include the data entry. So it would just be a full contract, which would be all in, inclusive of the contractor's expenses or however they draft their. Yep.
Great, other questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. And next, I think we have economic development.
Yep. See if anybody else is trying to join. You might need to sit over there. Yeah, thanks.
Might have to push on that.
Zach's going to present from there so that we don't lose the feed.
Okay.
Good evening, I'm Fred Leonardo, representing Community Development Director, and Zach will be giving the presentation.
I'm Zach Bowner, I'm our Economic Development Coordinator.
Zach, we have a portable one too, if it's easier, whatever. Whatever makes it easier for you.
Careful.
Don't drop.
Yeah, I don't like talking. Better off if I don't.
Was working.
Oh, Zach, I think you can come up here.
What? If we had box fans, I'd be screwed.
Need this
Oh, it's plugged in.
connection there. Microphone.
That's a microphone.
That's a microphone. Zoom and then share your screen.
Adapter?
White House, measure the outside, measure all the room.
All the salary. No way.
Okay. That seems like such a bargain.
Do it for 25.
Go down, John.
There we go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
works, but if we can get that.
Okay, so again, I'm Zach Bowner. I'm our Economic Development Coordinator. This is Fred Leonardo, Community Development Director. And we are here today to present on two projects seeking ARPA funding from the Community Development Department. Thank you to the Select Board and to the Advisory Finance Committee for the opportunity to present. The first project that we're presenting on is a wayfinding project for the town of Westboro, specifically focused on its downtown area. For those of you who are not familiar with the concept of wayfinding, wayfinding is usually signage with visual cues and other elements that help direct people to and around a physical space. The idea behind wayfinding is that it can help enhance an area's walkability, as well as attract people who might be less familiar with an area to that area and help them navigate that space. Up here, I also have an example of what wayfinding can look like. It's my understanding there are some questions around, what does a wayfinding sign look like, and what are a wayfinding station. I would consider a wayfinding station to be something like this, where if you're a pedestrian parking at the lot behind the South Street Diner or parking in the municipal lot behind Town Hall, you might have a big sort of kiosk telling you where certain amenities, attractions, or assets are in our downtown area. And the idea is that these signs will help direct new customers and attract new customers to our downtown commercial core, as well as help the people who are still familiar with our downtown area to navigate and walk the space, as well as highlighting all of the great assets that we have downtown. This project, as Christy had mentioned earlier, is an outgrowth of the Local Rapid Recovery, or LRRP, planning effort. One of the things that we had learned in the LRRP is that because of COVID-19, foot traffic on site, as well as revenues for our downtown businesses, had seen dramatic decreases. So 78% of respondents to our business survey saw on-site customer foot traffic decrease, and then 60% of respondents observed corresponding revenue loss. Wayfinding, and the reason why the LRRP had recommended it as a project, can help bring new customers and increase walkability, capitalizing on people who might be less familiar with the downtown area. It also contributes to the goals outlined in the master plan for making our downtown area a more vibrant, walkable, and welcoming space. This is an example of some of our existing wayfinding infrastructure downtown. As part of the LRRP, the consultants that we worked with did a site visit and actually gave different pieces of downtown infrastructure a score. We got a C for wayfinding, which isn't as bad, I think, as it sounds. But what they found was that there was really very limited wayfinding signage available throughout the study area. And there are some examples here. I think this Bay State Commons sign underscores it really well, where if you're driving around the Rotary, you probably shouldn't be looking away from your line of sight from the vehicle to look at this sign. And even if you were, it wouldn't really tell you much about where you're going, and you might not be able to read that this is even Bay State Commons from there. And so wayfinding can be targeted at both pedestrians and vehicles. I mean, each have different needs and the signage would be different, but the idea is that you could have signage that could help people find where things are, like Bay State or like parking, and then once they're there, how navigate the space further. Wayfinding is also something that's been outlined in multiple key planning documents, such as the downtown parking study and the master plan. And then regarding the cost estimate for wayfinding, we worked with consultants through the LRRP to get estimates on what it might cost to make some of these signs and install some of these signs. And then technical assistance providers through the LRRP provided a toolkit that gave us a little bit of an overview of a typical wayfinding budget. I would estimate that for Westboro's needs, design would probably cost somewhere in the $25,000 range, with the actual fabrication and implementation being something in the $65,000 range. And that's kind of how we got to the numbers we have today. We did not create a specific plan or map of where these signs would go and which signs those would be. And I think the cost is somewhat variable and hard to pin down depending on what exact materials you use, how much design elements actually get printed on the sign. The cost of materials is changing frequently in today's economy as well. And, topographical elements and location and placement can also impact how much the installation costs. That's it for wayfinding. I can either pause now and take questions on wayfinding or continue to the working capital grant program. Christy and Ian, what do you think would be best?
Let's go with questions first on wayfinding. Kind of keep them separate if that's okay.
Perfect.
So people have questions on the wayfinding initiative. Yep, Patrick.
Thanks, Zach. I appreciate the presentation. You mentioned public transit. You gave examples of the T sign there. Would those be replaced under this plan? Would we replace like a T station sign with a wayfinding sign with our design?
So I don't think you would replace those. It's my understanding that those signs, I believe, are actually placed and owned by the MBTA. So I don't think we would have the authority to replace those signs. I think they would supplement those signs. And in fact, I think the way in which you might leverage the MBTA station best is by directing people to downtown from the MBTA station rather than the opposite way. Although we do want to highlight our transportation infrastructure as well in wayfinding.
Okay, and then final question for me is: would wayfinding also include like historical locations in our town as part of it as well?
I would think so. Wayfinding in other towns typically does include historical or cultural assets. I think it would be something that, we would want to include, and that we would need to include the right people and, that kind of stakeholder or working group to identify and highlight.
Thank you.
Alan has a question.
Alan?
Yes. What's going to be the process for prioritizing and identifying what wayfinding is necessary?
So that will most likely be part of the design phase. And so when I had said earlier that, typically it costs a certain amount of money to design wayfinding signage, part of that package is putting together an advisory committee, having a certain number of meetings with that committee, and identifying what some of the things that you'll highlight are. It can be as inclusive of a community-based process as you want, but obviously if you're working with a third-party consultant to do that, then the cost tends to get larger the more and more pieces of outreach that you have rolled into that contract.
Thank you.
Michael?
Specific to the sign for Bay State Commons, since that's benefiting a large number of commercial establishments, is there any provision to have them participate financially in this program?
No, not at this time.
Will you think about it?
Carefully. I think it puts me in a tough spot as an economic development coordinator. I try not to ask businesses for money when I don't absolutely have to, but if that is the direction that the community would want to go, I would follow that instruction.
It gives them a little more benefit than the other commercial businesses and the commercial activity in the rest of the town because they're concentrated.
Yeah, it's part of the overall downtown revitalization is to have the wayfinding to make it more attractive for people to come into our downtown. I suspect that if businesses see, some of the sort of staple ones that Zach and team will work on, that they might be interested in working with Zach on some that might benefit their businesses. But I think Bay State Common, all of the revitalization discussions that we've had, it's a goal of the town to sort of make that whole area.
To add on to that, I think it's important to note as well that highlighting Bay State Commons, I believe, is a specific action item in the master plan, and improving the connection between Bay State Commons and the rest of downtown is something that has been talked about in our planning documents.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Yep. Shelby?
Yes, thanks, Zach. Could you remind us of the timing of the potential award for this?
So the application is due this week.
Right.
I am working on it all week, and we would know if we have an award sometime in the fall, between September and October of 2022. I would like to remind everyone, though, that the grant that we are applying for would be limited to design for wayfinding, and I believe the maximum award is $25,000. And so, it wouldn't be for the whole project, is basically what I'm trying to say.
Thanks. Other questions?
And just to follow on the kind of the wayfinding, and really to follow on Mike's question, is that we're not necessarily naming or specific businesses. It's more kind of like shopping this way, or restaurants this way, but we may name Bay State Commons but not specific businesses. Is that sort of the general intent of the system?
That's entirely correct,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, on to the next one.
Great. So the second project that we have for you today is a working capital grant program. And the idea is that the funds for this program, which would be a one-time grant opportunity, would provide limited financial assistance to eligible small businesses in Westboro to help mitigate the negative financial impacts from the COVID-19 pandemic, such as revenue decline or extended business closure. Some of the ideas that we are proposing for this would be that eligible businesses must have 35 or fewer employees and $1.5 million in annual revenue. There are a number of communities in Massachusetts that have used ARPA money for programs like this, and we are basing a lot of the program design based on what other communities have done. Eligible uses could include things like rent, mortgage, payroll, including training and onboarding or incentives, PPE purchases, utilities, marketing, and inventory replacement. The maximum award that we're proposing would be $5,000, which is also the maximum award for the Economic Development Committee's Business Assistance Grant Program. I think, at times, especially when it's so nice outside, we can forget that COVID-19 is not entirely in our rearview mirror, and I think the impacts of COVID-19 on businesses are still very real and impacting many businesses today. Some of those things are things like inflation. COVID-19 disrupted supply chains and continues to do so today, and as a result, businesses have to pay more to do business and to be open. Labor shortages are something that impact businesses and actually put a cap on the maximum amount of revenue that they can typically produce. A lot of businesses, a lot of restaurants in Westboro and across the Commonwealth aren't operating at full capacity because they don't have the staff. And then to get the staff, they actually have to pay a premium and compete with much larger businesses who can offer more incentives in order to secure those workers. Furthermore, debt. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a lot of debt relief and loans offered by the federal government, but there were also many businesses that depended on private loans for survival through this time. And now we're getting to the stage where businesses are going to have to start paying back some of that debt. And so the impacts of COVID-19, though, we might be, exiting the phase where it is a, full-on public health crisis 100% all the time, are still very real for businesses. And so, on the contrary, while these impacts have still been happening, there are actually few active relief programs available to businesses. So a lot of the relief that was there early on and in the peak pandemic is no longer there and is closed. And the federal government and the state government and local government did a great job creating lots of these programs like the Payback Protection Program, EIDL, Restaurant Revitalization Fund, but the money that's available to businesses has dried up in those programs. And so a lot of communities are using ARPA money to create local programs to continue to support their businesses through what is a very difficult time. You might say, well, we have a grant program to help businesses, when they're in need, and that's the Economic Development Committee's program. Sort of. The Economic Development Committee's program has gotten much more competitive over the last year and is close to its capacity. And actually a lot of the ways in which businesses need assistance are not eligible uses of funds through the Economic Development Committee's program. The Economic Development Committee's program is geared at growth and expansion and helping attract new businesses to our community and helping the ones that are here grow and make real expansions to their business that will help them serve new customers or offer new products. A lot of businesses that are in need right now need assistance with operating expenses such as payroll or working capital, and those types of uses are actually not allowed, I think rightfully so, in the Economic Development Committee's Business Assistance Grant Program. Furthermore, this is actually something that is a stated goal in some of the town's recent planning documents, such as the master plan, identifying ways to support businesses throughout COVID-19 and similar pandemics is all over the master plan in 2 action items. And then this page is just a summary of what some of the other communities in Eastern Massachusetts, just a sample, this isn't an exhaustive list, have done to create very, very similar programs. So we chose $65,000 in total funding, by looking at some of these other communities and trying to scale based on what we felt was appropriate. And then I'll pause for any questions.
Is the 5,000 a standard or up to 5,000?
Up to 5,000.
Okay.
Pull that last slide up. Thanks.
What will be the selection process? Or, you collect applications and then decide, or?
So typically what other communities in Massachusetts have done is they require businesses or applicants to submit a variety of documents, but the most important ones are 2019, 2020 Some require 2021 tax returns and income statements. And from what I've seen, typically staff determine who is going to win awards in order to protect the confidentiality of those documents and not make them public record. And typically the businesses that get funding through these types of programs are ones that have demonstrated the most loss. So you would probably prioritize businesses based on the degree to which they've had lost revenue or significant closure or lost revenue as a result of that. And then as well, ones that haven't received money through other programs. So I know Needham prioritizes businesses that have not previously received CARES Act funding or funding through the Mass Growth Capital Corporation, but did apply. And so you might use a few metrics like that to prioritize who's going to receive the funding.
Within the parameters of the definition you have for small business, how many small businesses do we have in Westboro? Just out of curiosity.
I do not know. I don't believe that we have any data on the number of employees for all of Westboro's businesses. I do know that we track the top 10 or 20, but I can't say how many fit that definition in terms of employee count and annual revenues.
How would you otherwise define them?
A small business?
Yeah.
Without employee count or revenue? Why would we need another definition?
Well, you're asking to distribute, granted a small amount in the grand scheme of things. You would think we would at least have an understanding of how many small businesses, by your definition, do exist.
That's a good point, well taken. I think that though we might be more focused on how many businesses need the money rather than, I guess, how many qualifying businesses there are, if that makes any sense.
I would think all the businesses need the money.
Right, but there would be an application process.
I know,
similar
but I'm
to
just saying,
similar to
in that
the
rationale.
small business grant program. I think that probably many businesses would benefit from that, but they still have to go through the process of application.
So if I may, another way to try to answer that question too is through the local rapid recovery program. We probably had in excess of 100 businesses that we reached out to. Many, if not all of those, would qualify under this category. And most of those were downtown, not just the immediate circle here around the Rotary, but stretching out to as far as down to CBS and that way in some of the businesses in Bay State. So many of the ones that Zach has already had communication with would qualify for this. I don't know, that may not directly answer your question, but that's kind of a feel. We think there's a significant amount of population that would qualify for this.
Is there a reason why, and you may have told us this at the board meeting and the select board meeting, I don't recall, but why we're not positioning this to be part of our small business grant initiative and program?
So the EDC's program is actually not a small business program. Any business is eligible to apply regardless of size.
Yep.
Additionally, it's focused on growth and expansion projects and recruitment and retention.
Yep.
It's, I think, a core part of the EDC's strategy in order to bring businesses into town and help the businesses that are here grow. And so I really see it as two separate goals, and that's why I would keep it separate.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Patrick?
If I heard you correctly, the selection process would be exclusively by town departments. So does that mean no EDC role, no select board or any other board would be part of the process of at least maybe not seeing the confidential documents, but understanding what the criteria is and how those are weighed upon each other if you have more than what is an acceptable or a higher volume, let's say, where a selection has to be made?
So I would think that as we continue to flesh out the program design, this is not a fully 100% developed program yet. We would want to certainly involve the EDC and the select board in determining what those criteria are and what the selection process looks like. I think I would not put the applications and have, the EDC or the select board vote on which projects or which applications to fund or not fund. And I would rather go by a pretty strict set of criteria that staff will evaluate, score, and enforce.
Which is similar to the other program where the staff goes through the criteria and provides the information based on the criteria to the Economic Development Committee, who then votes to make the award.
Walter?
Yeah, I think that there was also a potential grant opportunity for this one as well, or no?
This one, no. I think what you might be referring to is, I believe Christie has mentioned the Forward Bill a few times, which is a economic development bill in the legislature right now. That could help fund the Wayfinding project, as they're specifically earmarked for downtown recovery grants, which I believe the Wayfinding project would fit that clarification. This program, not being exclusively limited to the downtown or focused on the downtown, would probably not qualify for forward bill funding, but we don't know what the actual language or terms of that legislation are yet.
Shelby?
While the process certainly might be centered through department staff, through criteria, the awards would be public, is that correct?
Like the award values and
The award value in the receiving entity?
Yes, that would be public.
Okay.
The reason why we would keep, I guess, the evaluation through staff is because what I've seen in other communities is that businesses tend to not want their tax returns or income statements or balance sheets on public record.
Sure,
and so
I understand.
That's why we would do it that way.
Great, anything else?
Not even the president.
Okay, Zach, thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Okay, next we're going to go into emergency services for police and fire. I think we're starting off with the public radio infrastructure and going to the 2 fire department items and then the hiring of the police officers. So.
Are you doing the washer? I can put in the washer.
Good evening. Jason Ferschke, serving as your Deputy Fire Chief. Cool. The Chief asked me to present first because I have the one.
Echo, echo, echo.
Hello? That's better. It's weird to hear yourself behind yourself. Chief asked me to go first because I have the one that's probably going to put you to sleep with the washer. I think he's mad at me, so he's giving me the washer to present as opposed to the radio infrastructure. What I'm presenting to you is pretty straightforward, although it wasn't on the kind of spoken master plan. We've been strategically working behind the scenes for the last couple of years to address some of our needs. We purchased what's called an extractor, which is a kind of a mega washer for the turnout gear that allowed us to maintain and wash up to 6 sets of turnout gear. That was about $18,000. We got that removed from capital requests through a grant process. In addition to that, we purchased through a grant with the Last Call Foundation. It was just under $15,000. We were able to purchase a gear dryer. So the article in front of you today presents what we're calling as a generic equipment washer. It's really classified as the Solo Rescue Decon washer. And it's basically a dishwasher for all of our highly contaminated equipment. So what you see on the picture in front of you is our self-contained breathing apparatus. That's the air packs that we wear on our back. We don't currently have a good way to decon those. Right now, we kind of spray them down and then hit them with a hose, and some stuff comes off. When you actually watch what they do with this equipment and the water that comes out after they decon this, it's amazing the effect and the cleanliness of the equipment versus the water is actually disgusting in comparison. So this article speaks to, or this Arpa project speaks to keeping our firefighters safe, allowing us to decon our equipment. And again, we try to multi-purpose all the stuff that we purchase. So not only does it take care of our air packs, it takes care of the face pieces, it takes care of the boots, it takes care of gloves, and it allows us to wash our equipment in a expedited manner, so we can wash up to 14 of our self-contained breathing apparatus in a little under an hour. So on the average house, the average fire or incident that we go to, you're probably looking at 12 to 15 air packs that are moderately to heavily contaminated. It allows us to get those back in service and protect not only the firefighters, but the investment. I think SCBA's was just shy of $500,000 that we purchased, so it continues to allow us to protect and maintain that equipment. The quote on the left side of your screen, again, it's slightly under what we've requested. We have to account for installation and currently waiting for the manufacturer to come back with whatever their anticipated increase is. I think that's one of the biggest challenges we've had. I've noticed with trying to do capital items and request for price quotes, it's good until you open the email and then the price has already gone up on us. So with that being said, questions?
Nobody's asleep, that's good. Walter?
Yeah, what happens to the wastewater? Is that have to be a trucked away thing, or is that in the drain thing, or how does it work?
If you look to the right side, it works just like your household dishwasher. It'll get plumbed into the regular drain system. On the right side of the screen, there's a filter system that captures, according to the manufacturer, it's about 98% effective in capturing all of the nasty particles that it would release. So then we'd have to replace the filters on I would assume that it would be some sort of frequency depending on how often we use it and how often we contaminate it or how heavily it gets contaminated.
Patrick?
I guess on that same question, knowing that the fire department just went through a PFAS removal process, will that filtration system eliminate PFAS and the disposal of it? Is this going to be PFAS certified?
I did not see anything in the literature about it being PFAS certified. I don't know that the filtering, I could do a little more research into the filters to see if there is one that captures PFAS. Majority of the equipment that we're capturing or washing with this isn't necessarily coated with the PFAS.
And then just on the quote itself, I noticed 8.25% sales tax. Do we pay sales tax on a device like this?
No, it's zero.
I didn't know, I didn't see it over in the other column, so I didn't know. Okay, thank you.
Do you have an approximate on installation?
So judging by, we were able to, with the gear dryer, we were able to defray a lot of the costs because we were able to use the town's electrician, and a lot of our Lieutenant Cullen's crew was kind enough to do majority of the infrastructure installation. So we had a significant savings, but the cost of the items was around $1,500. So I'm anticipating with having to do a certified plumber, we're probably pushing $2,000.
Okay.
Again, it's difficult to get an exact cost because I don't know exactly where it's going to sit in the station and what additional work they're going to have to do. And trying to get a plumber to come out and talk to you is like pulling teeth. I don't anticipate us going over that by any means.
And Jason, this was talked about before. This is also right now in that state, potential for that state ARPA funding.
Yeah, Representative Kane had entered into one of the bill proposals. And in limbo, this and one of the articles that the chief is going to talk about.
Perfect.
Kind of still pending.
So these two are pending in a different bill than the bill that Zach spoke about.
Other questions?
And we tried to find a grant for this and we couldn't. It was kind of above the threshold of all the other grants we've been writing.
Great. I think that's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy.
Good evening, Patrick Purcelli, serving as your fire chief. Thanks for having me tonight. So I have two proposals to bring before you. The first is the commercial washer and dryer, and this is a relatively short article. When they constructed the new fire station in 2014 and we moved in, they bought a residential washer and dryer that we use often, and used to be the norm for firefighters and paramedics to wear their uniforms to and from work, and that does not happen anymore, particularly since COVID-19. People come in their street attire and get dressed while they're there. For the health and welfare of their families and themselves, we go through multiple uniforms per shift, depending on exposures to either carcinogens or infectious disease, depending on the types of calls that we do that day. So requiring decontamination requires frequent use of the washer and dryer. Ours are actually at the end of their life, are nearing the end of their life. We have problems with one of the appliances right now, and we're probably expecting the other one to fail soon. If you consider your household washer and dryer, which is exactly what we have right now, that style, and you have a family of 2, 3, 4, 5, and you see the frequency of that, we have 45 people that are using it every single day, maybe multiple times per day per person, depending on what their exposure was, and the longevity of that device is less. So we're proposing this style commercial washer and dryer. Commercial, as I said, pretty much the same size as we have now, and the estimated cost was $5,400 until 6:21 p.m. tonight when I finally got the updated quote, but my department can make up the difference of $400 that literally just came through. So that was a $5,400 request. Any questions on it?
Any questions on?
Wait, the 54 is now 58?
We'll leave it at 54. I can cover the 400 through a gift account.
There's residuals.
Save my,
Residual funds, so. Listen, I don't want y'all to eat kitty cat food.
Just wait for the next one.
Yeah, wait for the next one.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have any questions on that? This is, so we have the extractor, which the deputy spoke of for turnout gear. We have the equipment washer for the equipment, and this is for station wear, like this stuff. We unfortunately interact with a lot of unpleasantries, so no questions?
Nope.
Great. Yeah, I know.
Does that have a number, Christy? Not to be like associated with this?
Not one in your packet.
Okay.
So my disclaimer at the beginning of this presentation is that I am not a radio technological suave person. So Lieutenant Patrick Cullen, who is in the back of the room. So at the end, if you have very technological questions, I'm going to ask him to come up here. So within Westboro, as you know, I manage the 911 center for police, fire, and EMS and emergency management, as well as some activity with the schools and the Department of Public Works and the water filtration plant. This presentation is actually not only on behalf of my own department, this is for the police department as well tonight. So our proposed project is to replace public safety repeaters and receivers in town, to add comparators, GPS timing components to facilitate FCC frequency modifications, and also procure some system network type equipment. What does all that mean?
Thank you.
What is a comparator? So in Westboro, you have radio infrastructure that allows your public safety officials to be able to talk to each other on the radio, receive calls, transmit back to a dispatcher. Fire can talk to police, police can talk to fire, and we can also talk to all the other agencies that I talked about in the beginning. All of that stems through the nucleus of the communication system, which is the Public Safety Dispatch Center. The infrastructure to make that entire system work is spread out through our community in 4 different locations. 4. So we have transmitter locations at Faye Mountain and Newton Hill. And this is an example of Faye Mountain that you have here. There are actually 2 towers at this location. One is utilized by public safety here in town. And we have that shed at the bottom of the tower that was constructed by representatives of our department. It's air conditioned and heated, and it keeps our infrastructure well protected out of the elements and appropriate temperature so that it doesn't fail. We have receiver locations on Faye Mountain as well, and also Newton Hill. We have a tower behind the fire station, which is a receive site, and we also have the tower, which is in the picture, at the Massachusetts Environmental Police Headquarters. So on each one of those towers, we have a receiver, and on 2 of them, we have transmitters. So what does that mean? That means that if I'm in my fire truck, or Deputy Minardi is in his cruiser, or on a portable, and we key our portable radio up, and we talk into that, it sends a signal out to the closest tower, and it knows how to read that, or the most appropriate tower, and then it would echo that back into the dispatch center, into everyone else's radios. So you have to have a transmit and a receive capability. So it's actually on 2 different frequencies. So it's actually on 2 slightly different frequencies that we would operate per department. This is just a map of Westboro that shows how they're all laid out, and you can see the exact sites that I just indicated. So obviously we look for elevation, lack of shadowing, I believe it's called. So we want to get out of the shadow of a tower. So we want to get up high enough where the receiver and transmit sites can get down to an appropriate location. And we can't obviously make that happen all the time. And we have a difficult time penetrating some occupancies in town. So in coordination with these towers, we encourage people, and most municipal departments have done this, to install bi-directional amplifiers or antennas within their buildings that allow us to hit to those to get to the outside, to hit to these towers as well. So amongst those towers, we have 7 miles of fiber optic cable that interconnect all of them to the dispatch center as well as the town hall. Every police officer and every firefighter is assigned their individual portable radio, and on those portable radios, they have unique identifiers so that should somebody from my department get trapped in a building, or somebody in the police department have to call for assistance and they can't necessarily get out the information, it would still identify at the dispatch center who it was, so we know which person to go looking for and where they probably are. One of the beauties about the dispatch center and the towers that we have now is if one fails, they have the ability to control that tower, so we can divert the signals away from one, maybe away from Newton Hill, and steer it over to a more appropriate receive site, or if one gets knocked out in weather, we can steer over to that. So the current equipment that we have now was purchased actually in 2002 and then installed in 2003. The town paid 0 money for all of that infrastructure, with the exception of the mobile and portable radios, which we approved at town meeting 2 years ago. But the actual physical towers and the equipment on there, we procured through the Assistance to Firefighters grant, and that supported both departments. The end of the support for the equipment that we have was December 31st, 2020, and they don't make parts for it anymore, and that doesn't mean we're going to fail tomorrow and go out of business if something broke. We were smart enough to cannibalize old equipment and take parts out, so if something goes there, we can kind of put it back together for now. But at the end of the day, this equipment is end of life. It's going on 20 years old. And this is we asked for $94,000 originally. That was last July when we started getting quotes. There's obviously escalation of prices since then, and we've also had a couple of things happen in the interim where we needed to add some equipment, inclusive of what you see on the quote, a comparator. Can you see that? Yeah, a comparator, which also requires the GPS timing and also the network equipment. And what some of that does is it allows the departments to simulcast, which means if the dispatcher wants to talk into the microphone one time, they can simulcast out to all departments at the same time instead of repeating the same call out over and over, which takes time and extends our response times. But another feature that it has is It allows us to disable a radio from the console center. We had an incident where an abutting mutual aid partner of one of our departments sat on there, or they jammed something into the microphone in their car, which happened to be on our frequency, and paralyzed the radio system for an hour, and we had no way to shut it off. This new system will allow us to push a button and disable whatever radio is keyed up on it so we don't go out of service. That would be bad. What it also does is, if we have a failure of our fiber optics, say we have a bad storm and it takes some of that out, we can switch over the infrastructure within the radio cabinets themselves and get onto a system, get onto a backup system that works. And we don't necessarily need to get on the roof of Westboro Behavioral Health Hospital, where one of our sites are on Newton Hill, or I'll climb up Faye Mountain and go up a tower. In an ice storm, we can do it remotely from our portable radios. So it just greatly improves our ability to manage our own system. So originally we had asked for $94,000. Today the quote comes back at what you're looking at. I do believe that we can probably do this for 10 or so percent less when we push back a little bit. But today that's the quote that they're giving us. This was on the capital plan as part of, if you look on the capital plan, part of this was on the capital plan under the communications center. I think we were asking for $300,000 at the time, but that included some work inside of the dispatch center. And I'll take questions.
So Christy, what's the thinking then with this one?
So given the amount and the fact that we've just learned about it and the finance team hasn't had a chance to discuss it. So if either the finance committee or the select board were to vote, my recommendation would be to vote on the 94, and then we'll go back to the finance team and talk with the chief about the balance.
Thank you. Questions? Shelby?
Do we receive multiple quotes, or is this the only entity that provides this?
This is who the town has service contracts with and that does all of our radio work with, and they're off of the state bid list.
So this would be the lowest?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Patrick?
Yeah, I guess, will the old system be decommissioned, removed, like all the fiber optics be pulled out, removed as part of this as well?
Not the fiber optics. That's part of the town's infrastructure that's relatively new. The receivers and the transmitters, yes, are junk.
Okay.
They would be disposed of.
And this quote, all of this gear will reside in one physical location?
Nope. It's going to be spread out on all of those towers.
Oh, okay. I got you now. Nope, that answers my questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Pat, just a question. I know we had our note and you just said it, but the amount that was in the capital plan had some stuff within, as you said, was in the dispatch center. So that will still, pieces of that will still stay on the capital plan?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but it'll just be reduced by whatever?
Yes.
Which even in that 300 was not 184?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there a disposal cost?
No.
Salvageable? I
Not
know it's
really.
20 years old.
No.
Yeah.
We're walking a high wire act with it right now. I think would be a safe bet. Lieutenant, do you want to comment?
Chief, is there connectivity to or the new system that you installed that helps you to manage your department? I forget what it's called.
First two?
Thank you. So
Separate. It's independent. So this is just radios.
Just radio. Thank you.
Just radios
Yep.
for police and fire. Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Walter?
Yeah, maybe this is a Christie question, but what's the value in us supporting it at like half the price now versus just coming back and doing the whole thing if we have to come back?
So you'll actually hear about another project tonight. So right now, the way that we've broken it out, first of all, your recommendation vote, if you were to do that, would indicate that you are supportive of the project. We certainly wouldn't go spend that 94 until we sort of figured out the balance of the project.
Am I missing anything on behalf of your department? No?
Honestly, I'd like to thank
fire chief and his staff, they oversee the communication. Structure, they've done it for years, do an incredible job, and I defer to them because I don't know anything about it. So if they say that's what we need, that's what we need.
I can't stand up here and take the credit. It's the guy in the back of the room. It's 100% him.
But it's mission critical, like it's our communications.
So one of the things too is to get a better understanding of the timing of that bill that we talked about, which would free up the money for the other 2 fire department projects. But so more to come on that.
Christie, can I just ask, so if you look at the available funds, the 258,691, the overage that they're looking at, I'm kind of, I guess to Walter's point, I'm wondering why we would split it up and why we wouldn't just say it's a necessity.
The process that we developed for these proposals was to have the finance team recommend to you all, and then you recommend to the select board. So we haven't had an opportunity to bring this back to the finance team. We just haven't had the time, or the amount of time since they got the updated quote. Certainly, ultimately, the select board's going to award, and so if that would be your recommendation, you could certainly say that. I think there's also concern about potential overages in other projects.
Hey, Chief.
So I'm just going to kick this off, and as the deputy did state, I want to thank Chief Purcell, Deputy Chief, soon to be Chief Natick, and Patrick Cullen. He does an awesome job for us. So just to kick us off, you've seen this before. It's a short presentation, but I just wanted to remind everybody that the staffing study had us at 42 personnel in FY23. We're at 37 right now. This will bring us to 40. You'll see in this presentation that we've crushed our staffing study numbers. We're getting extremely busy, and I'll share one call with you over the weekend. We had an individual that was seriously injured with an edge weapon. It happened at shift change. And what does that mean? That means it allowed us to get the proper amount of manpower to the scene to render aid until the fire department got there, to the individual who was stabbed multiple times. And we were able to coordinate the area where the person was, utilizing tactics and resources and equipment that we have to include our canine, and apprehended this individual with no other injuries to any other civilians or the public. And I say it is mission critical of the Westboro Police Department. I've said it 1,000 times. We're building it and they're coming, and some of it's not good. We are 95%, we are a reactive department. If you look at our Facebook page today, you'll see we're doing an alcohol compliance check. And that will have to be done off hours, off shift for people, because we want to make sure our kids aren't, imbibing alcohol. We're trying to do whatever we can to make sure our businesses are in compliance. So those are the proactive things that I want to be able to do with the proper personnel that we're not doing now. And I'll turn the presentation over to my Deputy Chief, who did a fantastic job putting this together for you folks.
Hi, good evening. Todd Minority, Deputy Chief of the Police Department. Some of this is kind of going to be redundant. I think I've presented this to most of you already, but it has changed a little bit, especially a little bit of the funding portion. So we're just going to go through it again. So what are we asking for? This is our project. It's to add 3 new patrol level positions to the department. They were initially scheduled to be added in fiscal 21 and 22 in our budget proposals. Obviously, as we know, that didn't happen. The town has hired a consultant and a contractor, obviously, to review all the proposals and decide whether or not they qualify. But just looking at the U.S. Treasury's funding criteria, I'm not going to read it to you, but I think all 3 of those obviously apply. So when we look at our patrol staffing, again, we've been through this a number of times. We look at the town strategic plan, the master plan, the MRI staffing study that was done, published back in early 2019. We have a day shift rotation that I'll show you a little bit later that's 1 officer short. And we're going to talk about calls per officer recommendation as it was outlined in the MRI study. Some of the other things we want to talk about is increased our minimum staffing levels. As we've spoken about many times, we have a lack of station coverage. On nights and weekends, there's nobody in the station. The chief and I feel strongly that that's not really the proper level of service that we ought to be providing to our community. When we're at minimum, we have issues when it comes up to prisoner watches. We have to have emergency overtimes, force-ins. Obviously, we have mandatory training requirements. We also have specialty training requirements. The chief and I feel strongly about training. We have a lot of specialty assignments that require training, and all of that takes time off of shift. And, you know, when we talk about being proactive versus reactive, obviously our whole Route 9 corridor and the amount of hotels that we have in town and a lack of proactive drug investigations is an issue. A lot of things that people aren't really talking about anymore is, you know, everyone's talking about COVID. But last year, Massachusetts saw a record number of overdose deaths. Nobody's really addressing that anymore, but we see it all the time. We're administering Narcan constantly. The fire chief can certainly, you know, attest to that. We see it nonstop. So when we look at the town reports, we talk about, you know, how does this align with, you know, what the town's been doing? The 2018 strategic plan report, top priority, number 3, evaluate and implement recommendations of the public safety needs assessment study. What was the critical success factor? How they measure that? Are we being proactive? There's that word again, right? Proactive. We look at the 2021 master plan, public facilities and services, goals and recommendations. 4.4, continue to implement the findings of the town's 2018 strategic plan, as well as follow-on staffing studies, as the town manager had alluded to earlier. So when we look at what the staffing study was, we all know back in 2018, we hired MRI to do a study of the police department. They published their findings in early 2019. It was focused solely on uniform patrol level positions, which is something we have to kind of differentiate a little bit when we go through this. But it was very comprehensive. It looked at the policing environment, which has changed a little bit. Service population demographics. It looked at our dashboard communities, and one of the big things they looked at was calls per officer. So what they had said back in 2019 was hire 5 positions right away and a total of 15 by 2024. So this isn't really my favorite graph or chart, but this is, the top part of it is what MRI put in their report. So that's kind of what I focused it on. You can see through 2019 and how it progressed to what our actual calls were, what our actual staffing was, and if you project it out to 2024, MRI had us at 34 patrol level positions. What this proposal does today at 2022, it brings us to 30. I think the reasonable projection on our call volume is going to have us pretty close to what's listed here, and it's going to be significantly higher than what MRI recommends. They're looking at a range of 700 calls per officer with a goal to reach 600. I think the trend we're on right now, we're going to be exceeding where we were at in 2018. So to look real quickly at what our staffing levels are right now, you'll see that our 4 to 12 shifts are staffed at 7. And this is it's a 6-day week because they work a 4 and 2. So it's a 6-day rotation. So the 4 to 12s are at 7. The midnights across the board are at 5. We have a day shift that's at 5, and then there's 2 days at 6. So really, by adding one, we could raise the day shift to 6 across the board. If we added another one, ultimately what we'd be looking to do is try to increase 4 to 12s to 8, day shifts to 7, and midnights to 6. But that would require more than 3 positions to do that, because it's really 1.5 positions to staff 6 days. So we were asked to provide some information regarding the numbers of felonies and misdemeanors over the years as it relates to our overall staffing. And this is total sworn staff. This isn't just patrol. So that's what this graph represents. You can see that felonies remain somewhat static. The misdemeanors have increased. And you can see where our staffing has increased. So what we are asking for is, this is our proposal. We're looking to fund a police cruiser right away. It's taking upwards of 10 or 11 months to get a car. And if we add 3 positions, we need another car. So we're asking to fund that right away, so hopefully we can jump ahead of maybe some of the people that are waiting, some of the departments that are waiting until July 1st to order. And then with working with the town manager, she didn't want any more impact on FY23, because we all understand what the situation is with the cost of the taxpayers already. So we're looking to fully fund the positions for FY23 and then slowly implement it into our budget through 24 and 25, understanding that all of the money from the Arpa proposal has to be obligated by December 31st of 2024, and then by fiscal 26, we would be absorbing that entire amount into our budget.
Thank you. Questions?
I guess I'll start it off, sure. Thank you, Chief and Deputy Chief, for the presentation. I appreciate the data. It's certainly helpful to understand what the department's facing. In one of your slides, that was one of the last slides of the bar charts, where you had the different shifts, but you also said that there are certain shifts that there's no staffing. So I'm trying to...
There's never no staffing. We're saying the station isn't staffed.
Okay.
We're saying that we have prisoner watches, we have critical incidents. Let's say that incident, that stabbing that I talked about, happened at 2 in the morning. Well, we've only got 4 people on most shifts because of what the deputy was explaining. So we have to call in additional people. We have to call in additional towns and resources, and that takes time. So like I said, having that amount of personnel this weekend means the canines right out there, the drones up in the air. You know, we're rendering medical care. We're setting up a perimeter to make sure the neighborhood's safe. You know, the area is safe. That takes personnel. And like the deputy said, I have a big problem that I come in this building every morning early to exercise, and the first thing I do is a security sweep because I'm the only one in it. And, you know, quite frankly, I think Westboro deserves to have an officer in the station approaching someone in crisis. And again, if we have a major incident like I explained, well then, if there's no prisoner, we can lock up and that officer can go out on the road to assist during a critical incident. So all I can tell you is we're extremely busy, and you can see we're crushing what our staffing study gave us for numbers, absolutely crushing it. And the officers, I'll be honest with you, the reason why we're getting by, we hire hard to manage easy. And we're going to be, we have one opening we know, Detective Lieutenant House, 34 years of absolute exemplary service to the town of Westboro, is retiring July 5th. So we're going to be interviewing a bunch of people in this room Monday and Tuesday. And as I've said numerous times, I've hired 22, I'm hoping to hire 26, and we've rescinded 5 conditional offers based on our background investigations. I'm proud of that, I'm proud of our staff, but we need some help. And I've said this, I can't say how many times, we should be at 42, and if you look at the numbers that they're projecting, honestly, we should be at 45. Fire department's at 45. I think there should be parity, you know, and they need more people, quite frankly. They do. I mean, and I know there was someone that didn't agree with this, but turn the scanner on, and some of the calls we go to, and the frequency that we go to, and like I said, we're still trying to do traffic, we're still trying to do proactive police work. We just had that shooting in Texas. All our officers are in the schools. We're changing everything we're doing, but the calls still need to be answered. I was up at the school committee meeting tonight, and basically we had a domestic. An arrest had to be made, so I covered 3 of the schools to drop-offs to make sure that the parents and the kids, felt safe until I could be relieved and move on to the next school. So I feel like a broken record. I feel like since 2019, I'm saying the same exact things. And the calls, we're coming out of COVID, accidents, traffic. Watch our social media pages. The fire chief did a great job documenting some of the crashes that he's been to. Well, we're at most of them too, unless they're on the pike. So I don't want to drone on, but we need more people. And that's just the bottom line, I don't believe we're 21,500 and something people like the census is saying. I really don't. That's not taking into account the 8 hotels in town. It's not taking into account into a lot of the transient population that we have. Daytime swelling, the Amazon facilities alone that you're building, the traffic that we're seeing, the issues that we're dealing with. It shouldn't take a tragedy to make change. We've been talking about this since 2019. We're cognizant of the effect on the taxpayer. We're doing the best we can with what we have, but we are coming out of COVID, and officers want to go on vacation now. We want to send officers to training to have the very best. You look at that shooting in Texas and some of the mistakes law enforcement made. The deputy and I will not allow that to happen here. So I'm sorry. I'd be happy to answer any more questions.
That's right. I did have
Chief,
2 other questions.
Sorry, Patrick, but while you're talking, could you put up the Deputy Chief's least favorite slide, which is that graph of all the numbers, please, just so we have that as visual? Thanks. The calls and the officers, yeah.
Yep.
This one?
Nope.
Go back.
I got 2 back.
One more.
One more, please.
There
Thank
we
you. Appreciate it. Thanks.
I know there's a lot of,
No.
there's a lot of numbers on there. I get it, it's confusing.
Nope.
I don't really like it, but.
We should eliminate the projected because our actual isn't even close to the projected.
I can tell you right now, we're trending at 2,000 to 2,200 calls a month currently. So, are we going to hit 26,000 in 2022? Maybe not quite. It might be a little bit lower. But if you're looking at, if you're trying to hit the 700 range, we're way over that, for calls per officer. We're way over it. But we also understand, where we're at. We can't control COVID. We can't control, we had a staffing plan. It was going to work, and it got disrupted. So this is where we're at.
But there's a domino effect to this and hospitals and, everybody thinks these calls are isolated and they're not. And when you have to go out and make a mental health call, those are not 5-minute calls.
No.
Those are sometimes very lengthy calls, and it requires more than one staff.
I would like to advise you all that we are going to have a mental health clinician on staff 40 hours a week.
Fully funded by DMH.
Starting July 1st.
That's awesome.
So basically what happened was we initially were involved with Northborough and Southborough. If you add those 2 towns together, double it in Westboro. The deputy went to DMH and said, hey, this is the data. They said, it's your grant. So Carly will be here 40 hours a week. She'll be stationed out of Westboro PD, and not many police departments have their own clinician. So that is another testament to what we're dealing with in regards to mental health calls.
Thanks. Shelby, did you have a question when you asked for this up? Or?
Just if, Chief, again, thank you for the presentation. Can you just tell us again your current staffing level, patrol officer and above? I heard 42 is what MRI was recommending, but I mean,
we should have a lot more patrol officers. Don't forget, we created the deputy chief's position. We created a lieutenant's position. So the staffing of the department is we're 37 sworn.
Okay.
You have 1 police chief. You have 1 deputy police chief. You have 3 lieutenants. You have 5 patrol sergeants, 1 detective sergeant, and the rest are patrolmen, minus 3 people. You have 3 patrolman detectives, and the rest are your patrol division.
Okay, so what's our current, sorry, your math is better than mine. What is our current patrol officer?
So our current patrol officers would be
27 right now.
27.
I was just trying to follow the, thank you. Okay, so the 30 as proposed brings
That
us.
includes patrol sergeants. So that's just uniformed patrol.
Answering the calls.
That's what MRI focused on.
Okay, thank you.
So that's why that information is there.
Thank you.
27.
That answers my question, thanks.
I know Alan had a question, Patrick had questions, so Patrick, why don't you go, and then Alan, I'll come to you.
Yeah, I guess one quick question and then one maybe more detailed question. The quick question is, I noticed you put human trafficking up on the slide, so it was a little bit shocking to see that. Do we have a volume of occurrences in our town?
I know we have some. I don't know how many because we're not investigating it.
Okay.
So we're trying to work with our hotel staff, to get them on board, to identify things, to help us. But I think I've said this, when a woman calls down to the lobby of one of our hotels for a pair of scissors and the staff gets up there and she's duct taped, wrists and ankles, beaten and robbed, that's a problem. 1 is too many. I mean, this woman doesn't like going to work every day. I can guarantee you that. And that's why we have the clinician, and that's why we're trying to do what we can do to enhance the quality of life with those who are in really, really tough situations. And that's in Westboro. And there are a lot of times I get nervous, I was talking to the chair of the finance about this, where be careful what you ask me, because I don't want to frighten people, but we're seeing it. And we need to be more proactive as your police chief. And I've said this, I can't tell you how many times. I'm going to ask you for needs and wants, but I'm telling you, we need personnel. And it's just like I said, we've been talking about the same thing since 2019. And the only thing that's changing is we had to deal with a pandemic, which was something else. And then we had to deal with the increase in call volume and mental health calls for service. I don't see it getting quieter. I don't see things slowing down. I just don't. We want to be proactive. We want to prevent these catalytic converter thefts, around. We want to prevent residential breaking and enterings, commercial breaking and entering. We want to prevent crime. There's no statistics for that, but you need that visibility out there.
So just a last question here, and I just want to state, first of all, that, Chief, I appreciate your department, all you do, and the work that you put into this proposal, and I certainly value your department. But a question, do you have any data in regards to residents' requests or residents expressing concerns over response times or, service of the police department?
I mean, I've had, especially more in the beginning, when I took over, we were running shifts with 3 people. You're never here, you're never there. There was some complaints, this and that. But I think for the most part, our residents are satisfied with us, because if we can't get there, we'll call for mutual aid in different things. But the issue is, especially in medical calls, you're talking about Narcanning people. There was a resident who complained because he saw what he thought was too many officers at the scene. I can tell you there was one instance we Narcan somebody, and it took 6 people to control him when he was revived. So we want to make sure we're safe as well. And if you've got limited people on the road, and we've got multiple calls going on, to save that human life, seconds matter. You need people. And as the deputy stated, and the fire chief would confirm, the calls that we are responding to, quite frankly, they're alarming, and we want to be more proactive.
So, Chief, I take it right now you're not capturing any data or don't have any data around,
that people are complaining about our response time?
Exactly, or the service of the police department. You don't have any data that says
no,
that
I think most people are satisfied because they don't know the vast majority of things that we're responding to. I think probably most of the people in town, think we're in Mayberry, quite frankly. And that's a good thing. I want them to think that as their police chief. This is a great town. This is a safe community. And part of it is because of the working relationship, why we have a community engagement team. You know, why are we doing all this outreach and everything else? Is to make people feel safe, to make people feel that their police department is part of this community trying to make a difference. But the sad truth is there are a bad element as well. And we need to be prepared for that. And we need to meet the social needs of the community as well as traffic concerns, which is, you want to talk about complaints. I mean, it's constant, the traffic-related complaints. And to be proactive to do that, they can't be on calls, answering reports, and doing different things. When I talk about that incident on the weekend, that's hours and hours and hours of investigative work, of patrol officers involved in that investigation, about Lieutenant Daniels redacting all those videos of 2 shifts that are there, getting the data we need, processing a crime scene, collecting evidence. I mean, this doesn't just, when we have a call like that, it could be days before that case is completed. And people need to realize that just a car accident alone, a domestic alone, you know, I talked about doing the schools the day after the shooting in Texas, you know, that call comes first. That victim comes first, you know, and we're going to take care of those people. And what does that do? Now it leaves 2 people available to answer calls.
I think what, to your question, Patrick, what the chief and deputy were saying is that as a reactive department, they're doing well. So, but the goal is to be a proactive department and to be able to fully staff the police department 24 hours a day, which I think we have heard that from the community as something that they're interested in having. I think we've heard that from members of the board as well. So the difference between reactive and proactive, I think, is what we're talking about.
Thank you.
Alan, I know you had a question.
Yes, I'm wondering if there's been any exploration of grants comparable to the SAFER grant we used to increase staffing at the fire department.
So we've looked into that, and that's a great question. We just don't qualify. You know, it's communities that are, I would say, financially strapped, where, you know, Westboro does well. You know, so we've tried, we really have. I mean, we've done everything we possibly can, you know, utilizing grants and different things. We just haven't qualified for it, but we'll continue to apply, you know, whenever possible. You want to?
We are actually, there's a cops hiring grant for fiscal '22 that we've submitted the application, but I find it highly unlikely that we'll qualify for it. So, and it's up to $125,000 over 3 years, so we'd only pay a small portion.
And I'm 99.999% we won't get it. We won't.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, thank you very much. Oh,
Wait,
sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Is this number a, you know, I'll call it kind of fully loaded, meaning their equipment, they're all in for those officers?
Worst case scenario.
Okay.
So what that budget number is like, top step, max educational benefit, starting July 1st.
But
that's not even going to be possible to start them on July 1st, even if,
sure,
you know, so obviously the starting date's going to be delayed. They might not have a master's degree. They might start at a lower step. So that number is like.
But it doesn't include benefits. No.
No.
So it doesn't include benefits and understand, and I just want to make sure. So equipment would be under your other kind of expenses, and also that wouldn't be included here. So radios, transmitters, not that kind of transmitter, but guns, all that would be additional that would have to be increased to your budget process.
Well, we feel we can absorb that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we have that equipment.
Okay. So you wouldn't be asking for an adjustment?
No, no, we would not.
Thank you.
I want to thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity, and vote yes.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Recreation.
set?
Next.
Yep, so splash pad is next. Jen?
Yeah.
Human trafficking to splash pads. I like to talk about splash pads more.
Human trafficking to splash pads. Well, it's been good. It's the same one, except for it's $250,000. And that supposedly isn't even all of it.
You thought it'd be
Yeah. It would have been a good idea if it was 20 grand. But it probably would have been 1,000.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jen Kirkland. I'm the Recreation Director here in Westboro. Thank you for the opportunity for letting me speak to you tonight about a potential splash pad in town. So our proposal here tonight is for a new splash pad to be built. A splash pad is a recreation area for water play that has little to no standing water. We were proposing to build a splash pad with recirculated water at Bay State Common next to the tot lot. This location we feel is ideal for many reasons. It's downtown, it's easy to get to, it's next to a popular playground, and it'd be a good option for kids to use this facility during other small events like concerts or Screen on the Green. The splash pad would use recirculated water. It would run basically like a pool where the water is treated with chemicals and then reused over and over. This results in a lot less waste than a flow-through system. A splash pad requires very little supervision, if any at all. The system is on a timer. It turns on and off by itself. There's other settings that you can also set given certain circumstances. So if the forecast was sort of unclear whether it was going to rain or not, you can set certain settings to only come on if there were motion and kids were actually playing at the facility. The season for the splash pad would be basically Memorial Day through Labor Day. This is the proposed location here. This is a very bad Google Maps image that I grabbed, but I think you can kind of get the point. This would be behind the pavilion, next to the tot lot, like I said. When the rep that I'm working with came out to the site, he noted that it was great that we had the pavilion or the stage for shade. I actually hadn't thought of that until he mentioned it. And so that just feels like the perfect location. So why a splash pad? A splash pad is an excellent alternative to a community pool, which are more costly and require much more maintenance and oversight. Splash pads can be customized to fit budget, space, and community needs. A splash pad is a safe aquatic facility with no drowning risk. This eliminates the needs for lifeguards or other staff. And I was here last week just talking about how we weren't going to be able to staff the beach due to no lifeguards, so a facility like this would be ideal. Splash pads are inclusive. It encourages play for children of all abilities. This would be a free facility, just like our playgrounds, tennis or pickleball courts. The splash pad supports the 2018 strategic plan of providing a diverse cultural and recreational opportunities, as the facility is free and accessible to all members of the community. The town's master plan also indicates the need to continue to expand outdoor recreational facilities. And one of the master plan's public outreach surveys, a splash pad or wading pool was in the top 5 of the most needed assets. A splash pad was on our capital plan for a number of years. However, after some internal discussions, we pulled it off the capital to look into other funding sources. So how does this fit into ARPA? I won't read all of this, but this was a Q&A from the ARPA documents that were supplied to us before submitting our projects. But the question was asked, would an investment to improving an outdoor space like a park be eligible use of funds? The answer was that there are multiple ways that investments in improving outdoor spaces qualify. These programs and services include designed to build stronger neighborhoods and communities and to address health disparities and the social detriments that were exposed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Public spaces and parks like this help to, revitalize the community, offer more things for people to do outside to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. So funding, our initial ask was for $275,000. This was last year, over a year ago. The cost that we're looking at now would be around $400 to $425. As I mentioned before, these splash pads are customizable, so there's opportunity to do, say, a lot of the legwork, the plumbing and stuff underneath the splash pad, and then add features later. So if we didn't have all of the money available, there could be options to do parts of the plumbing and stuff, and then if more funds were available later down the road, be able to add the sprayers or what have you. But here's a very basic outline of how I'm proposing to fund this. $275,000 for the ARPA ask. There is a park grant for $100,000. This park grant, we don't have the money yet, but the park program was established to assist cities and towns in acquiring and developing land for park and outdoor recreation purposes. Many municipalities use the park grant to build playgrounds, splash pads, and things of that nature. The splash pad is an eligible project. I've already attended an information session, and almost in the last grant cycle, almost all of the applicants that applied were awarded funds. So just a quick timeline of that grant process. Grants are due in July, and then they are awarded in the late fall, around the end of November, sometime in that time frame. And then recreation feels we can contribute the remaining $25,000. And that's the end. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Walter?
I totally love the idea. My question is, I thought the Bay State Common area there was some kind of capped area. I mean, they don't let us put tent pegs into the ground there. So are we able to dig it up enough to put this stuff in and then cover it back up, or how does that work?
Earl Store would be really happy that you remembered that. That is on the other side of the pavilion. So if I go back to, so on this part that's kind of cut off down here, there's no mouse. Oh, my mouse is on here. Okay.
It's on the green side.
Yeah, so if you see all that cement on the other green side, that space back there, there's no irrigation back there, so we can build.
I have a quick question.
Shelby.
Again,
Oops,
I'm a
sorry.
fan.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Huge fan because I came from a community that had one, and I think it's a great thing. But you have a yearly maintenance and supply of around $1,500, which is what you say is kind of the average for parks. What about liability insurance?
So we've conferred with our insurer, and it's actually treated the same as a park, so there's no additional cost for insurance.
Okay. And this one shows fencing, but you're not suggesting any sort of fencing?
No, you don't. It's not required, no.
Okay, Shelby?
Yeah, thank you very much, Jen. A couple questions for you. So I know what you showed us was sort of just a rendering where there was some kind of shade, facilities. Is that actually part of this quote that, or the, so let me back up. Do we actually have a quote for design? Is that what this?
This is, so this was just a small rendering, and that shade, and thank you for saying this, I meant to mention it. That's our pavilion. So that's not included. He was kind of using that as like, that's where it would be. Oh. I think that's what he was including, but okay, there's this cost does not include any type of new shade structure.
Okay, so it's just the splash pad, right, and
the fountains,
a lot of the fountains and amenities. Okay, and I presume though this splash pad would not be that close to the pavilion.
No, that's very close.
It's
you're right. Yeah.
Further back.
Yeah.
Okay, and does the quote also, because that area is, I was partly involved in the tot lot when it was created, and there are drainage issues, and there's like a hollow area. Does it include any sort of like retaining walls or anything that would have to be done to kind of make that splash pad functional and make the land work?
The quote is inclusive of all construction to put the splash pad in. So like I said, a rep did come out and see the space. So I would think, yes, I can follow up with him. And
okay, yeah, I mean, I think it would be helpful to understand. It's one thing to kind of say, yep, we can put it here, but it's like, what are they leaving us with? And what are the dimensions of the proposed splash pad?
I don't have those. That's another thing too. It can be as big or as small as we want. I don't think we've gotten that far. He used the entire space, actually.
So I would imagine there would be some green space after the
playground. Yeah, it wasn't going to take up the entire, that entire green area. it was, I don't know, can you see my mouse on here? Not really. It wouldn't be, it'd be almost like right next to the tot lot. It wasn't going to be the entire green space.
In terms of location, if the money were to be awarded, Jen would sort of finalize that and it would come back to the select board before it was installed.
Okay. It would be helpful, just, I'm a pretty visual person, to understand a little bit more, like even if he's able to take a pencil and go, yep, it's going to be kind of, sure, it's going to take up 2/3 of that area or a quarter of it. I mean, just kind of for size and dimension, I'd appreciate that.
Sure.
It would be, not that I'm trying to increase the number, but it would be interesting to understand if this same company provides shading, because the pavilion is there, but it is not a shade facility for kids and families. I mean, more and more people are using it, but I'm just not sure that, it is that purpose. So it might be helpful to kind of understand what is that additive cost if you're already doing the construction. How much is it to put up a couple poles and, some
I'd be
shade?
happy to do that.
This question will probably throw you off a little bit. It's not intended to that. When we initially talked about this, I thought that the location was sort of still up in the air. And I think when it was initially brought up, I had mentioned Lake Chauncey. And given the challenges we're having presently with lifeguards and staffing, and who knows what the future holds, did we consider that as a location? And while I love the idea that this is being proposed as free and open, that's great. It would potentially allow us to, even for out of town folks, if they wanted to use it, potentially allow for recouping some fees. I'm not sure if they wanted to, get a beach pass. So I'm just curious if that was contemplated.
Yeah, when we, years ago when we talked about a splash pad, we actually thought of the beach would be a good spot. But after further thinking about it, one of the biggest draws to a splash pad is there's no risk of drowning. So if you have a splash pad on the beach, it's so easy for a small toddler to just wander into the water. Again, just having that safety issue in place was kind of a deterrent. And also when the beach is closed, so if we were having a normal beach year, the beach is technically closed until usually the end of June. So, this is kind of gets into a gray area, but is the splash pad open or is it not? So we just kind of felt like having another aquatic space outside of the beach made a little bit more sense.
And, okay. Appreciate the thought on that. Have we contemplated things like parking impact to the downtown, to that area, right? So we're trying to grow the business in Bay State, draw more people there. Granted, a lot of people might walk, but now you're talking about kids and hauling, I don't know, strollers and whatever else. Have we contemplated that as part of this proposal and the impact to that area?
It's been considered. I've never heard, just based on, I feel like the tot lot is used quite a bit, and I've never, to my knowledge, have heard any sort of complaints about, or people having trouble finding parking or anything like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that, sort of given the parking study that said that we had a lot of parking available, and then also part of that whole downtown revitalization, like the master plan wanted us, or pointed to reinvigorate, or points to reinvigorating the Bay State Commons space. And so I think all of the projects we're talking about together with the revitalization is intended to pull people downtown, so maybe they're not just using the splash pad, but they're eating out or they're going to other shops. So that doesn't answer your question, except that I think we have the goal of bringing more people downtown with the parking that we have.
Yeah, my concern is really, so I love the idea. I am supportive of it. I think it would be a great enhancement to our community, and certainly we have surrounding communities that have similar assets. My concern is, and I don't know this, the Bay State Commons parking is effectively private parking for public uses in restaurants and shops and retail. So I think we just need to be cognizant of small families although I might use it myself, but I'll walk down or ride my bike, utilizing that parking and potentially not tapping into those businesses. So I just think we need to be aware of that. And this really goes to, revitalizing that whole area. Ultimately, I think it's a win-win because families coming down to use that might stop at Panera or go into Roach Brothers and whatever. I think that there's a win-win, but I just don't want it to be like, oh, we thought, and we could use that parking, and then there's pushback from, the businesses.
Yeah, I think if the money is to be awarded and then the offsetting costs are awarded through the grant, and they finalize the design, then when it comes to the select board, we can sort of answer the question about how many public parking spaces there are in that area, because there are some. And then, the Zach's Wayfinding project potentially, point us to that parking. So I think it's a good question. And I think that if this moves forward, there's more information.
Because that will be, we'll have this great splash pad, and then the next complaint will be, I can't find a place to park, right? And people will be like,
it's a good question.
We didn't think about this.
Just to follow up on that parking issue, there's a residence there as well. And there are 44 condominium units in that one building. And they're pretty protective of their parking. And if we get overflow onto their parking, look, this is a great idea. We should do it.
Right, but the parking that's in front of that
I understand that.
is public parking.
I get that, but you know what happens.
Yeah.
It's public.
Yeah. So I think we just need to be, who that was. That means my time is up. Point made.
No, thanks.
Patrick?
Yeah, sure. I just will say, in my nearly 40 years in Westboro, I don't think we've had a year without a water conservation ban. Do you have any data? This is going to be in a very sunny area. I love the idea of a splash pad. I think it's fantastic. I remember bringing my kids into Boston on, the Rose Way there, and, it's wonderful to take kids in there. So I'd love to see that in Westboro. But I am worried about the water conservation and the message that spreads to the rest of the community in regards to water ban. Any idea how much, there's no shade around this, so I'm imagining there's going to be a lot of water loss during a hot summer day.
So this is a recirculated system, so the tanks on average are around 250 gallons, and that is intended to be reused. It drains, filters through, so that same 250-ish gallons is continuously used.
Okay, so.
It's not like you're refilling constantly or anything like that. A flow-through system where the sprayers just spray, you're just drawing water all the time, which is not what we want to do.
Yeah, I'm imagining even in the system you're proposing that there's going to be some water loss just through evaporation. It gets into the air, it lands on the concrete, it's a hot sunny day, it just, it doesn't get the chance to get back into the system.
To my understanding, it's not enough that it impacts that you're refilling.
Okay, thank you.
So just a follow-on question, if we have active water bans, this would still be open?
I believe so, because once it's filled initially, which would be outside.
I would hope so.
Right.
Right, because okay.
Yeah.
We have talked to the DPW director about it, so he's aware, and he strongly encouraged the recycled system, which Jen had already quoted.
Okay,
so
thank you.
Other questions? John?
So if the grant isn't received in the fall, then what does that do to the project?
Well, I don't really, we would need that other 100,000. We do need it.
Okay.
I'm pretty optimistic that we would receive it, but if we didn't, I think maybe.
So I think Jen said this earlier, of the 37 grants that were applied for last year, only one was not awarded, and it was a technicality.
Yeah.
And so we feel good about that. We also know that we will get points for this being our first, because we've never gotten a park grant before. And I don't know if you mentioned this, but it's in an environmental justice community, which also gives, and that actually, it would not be if it was at Lake Chauncey. Right. So that also gives us points. So we feel confident. We'll know in November. And so potentially, at that time, we could reevaluate a potential Springtown meeting article or, other resources.
And so if we get that grant, our target is to have it in for next Memorial Day?
That would be a pretty tight timeline. I would think maybe we could, if it just depends on how quickly things can go, maybe the very end of the summer, maybe we could do a soft opening in the fall if there's some warmer days. But I don't want to say for sure, I don't think it'd be ready to be fully up by next Memorial Day, just given the timing.
Hard to know too with sort of those types of schedules and material delays, so.
I just wanted to add, not really a question, but when you started and looking at the Arpa proposals, I think you may have mentioned it there too, from a grant. I mean, I think the downtown is the perfect spot for it and not Lake Chauncey. I think it also addresses some of the parking. Lake Chauncey has limited parking as well, as we know, and it's used for pickleball and other things, but I think the ability for more folks to walk and our encouragement of walking and revitalizing the downtown, and the fact that the tot lot, I mean, I know for the other places, I think it's actually perfect for that spot. So, just my 2 cents.
Ian, if I may, so Jen, will we see, I mean, I think it would be helpful to see sort of a more, I guess I'll call it kind of developed quote. Or
He's working on it.
Okay.
I did give him a deadline of tonight, and he was like, "Oh, I got to talk to this one and this one." So I am actively in conversations with our someone from Emmy O'Brien's sons, Andrew Kimball. So I can. He's like I said, he's working on it. I
mean, I think having that kind of information, sort of what are we actually getting for this, would be helpful to inform my vote.
And it's hard, but what he always says to me is it can be whatever you want. Like you can have a ton of awesome spray features, but that's going to drive the cost up. He's like, you could have one cool one. And so it's kind of fluid. So, but like I said, we're in talks and I'm happy to try to firm something up for you.
I think though that the 275,000 with some of the other funding sources, as Jen talked about earlier, could start that splash pad. And then there could be some additional features if that's something that we wanted to do in the future. So I think it's definitely going to come back to the board, whether you award it or now or later. But I think sort of the time that needs to be spent on the development of what this is actually going to look like, it would be good to know whether or not the Finance Committee and the Select Board are supportive. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think where I'm going is, so having not designed a splash pad before, I have no idea what's under the, if you look at a project, like think about it like building a house, so you get a foundation and your envelope and all, like, by the time before you even decide what, color your cabinets are going to be, right, you're 60% or whatever the number is into your house, it's probably higher. Mm-hmm. So it's important for me to understand, in order to support this, what are we getting for, in the nature of 400,000? Are we getting like a pad and, 2 little sprinklers, or are we getting like, Dr. Seuss Waterworks? I could be behind both, but I just want to understand what that is.
Yeah. Jen,
Patrick?
can I just?
Sure, yeah.
It's just more of a suggestion.
No,
because it was off of Shelby's retaining wall thing. Mm-hmm. We did knee walls where parents could sit. Mm. You could demarc from the playground and not get bark into your splash pad by also just having a slight separation.
Yeah, nice.
Patrick?
My understanding is like other towns' residents have access to Chauncey Beach. Do we have access to, for example, Northborough's splash pad as well?
To my understanding, Northborough splash pad's just open to the public.
Okay.
Other questions? Okay.
Thanks.
Jen, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jen.
Okay, next is Youth and Family Services.
That Disney, where does it? Sarah got stuck with the late shift. Alphabetically challenged.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kara Presley. I'm the Director of Youth and Family Services. I am coming to you today with two behavioral health proposals. And today happens to be the last day of May, which is the last day of Mental Health Awareness Month. So it seems like an appropriate time to be talking to you about the needs in this area. Okay. This one right here, okay. So I am sure that if you've been paying any attention to the headlines in the last 2 years, you know that we are in the midst of a major nationwide behavioral health crisis. And as well resourced as we are in Massachusetts, we are not out of the woods of that crisis. So, and it is a crisis that has not been caused by the pandemic, but that has been exacerbated to extremes by the pandemic. You can see just some basic highlights of what is going on right now in this country regarding behavioral health problems. And this just shows the need for case management services that is being demonstrated by this surging mental health crisis. It's compounded by the widespread economic and social suffering that's triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic. And scientific research throughout the pandemic has highlighted the link between an increase in pandemic-related stressors, such as job loss, sickness, food insecurity, and isolation, and an increase in mental health distress. And this research, I know I've cited in my original proposals, but comes from the Health and Human Services, CDC, the Surgeon General, our local adolescent mental health survey, and even from our local first responders who have talked a lot about the increase in, as you heard the chief talk about earlier, the increase in mental health calls, including overdoses that have increased significantly. So I have two proposals before you, and I'm starting out with this mental health case management contract proposal. My original proposal that you may have seen somewhere along the line was to hire a full-time case manager through the department. And as I understand that employed positions are not being prioritized under ARPA, so I have reconfigured this to be a contracted position. And so what I'm asking for is an amount just shy of $150,000 to contract with an outside human service organization that would provide part-time case management services. And this is specifically to address the needs that have happened as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Under the contract, the outside organization would be hired to deliver approximately 24 hours a week of wraparound case management services. We would strongly propose that this be a service that was delivered in multiple languages, either English and Spanish or English and Portuguese, or perhaps even all of those languages. The case manager would be expected to outreach to the communities that we have learned through all this research are most in need, and would be also expected to outreach to groups that represent those communities and a lot of the human service groups and town departments, and so that the word gets out about the availability of these services. And then that case manager's job would be to connect residents to any and all services that they need related to human services. So that could be to meet their basic needs and to connect with mental health services, including the services that we offer at Youth and Family Services. And then they would facilitate the referrals and assist folks to navigate the service systems. And they would do so by meeting with people in their homes, in schools, in community locations, and also in our offices. This is different than what we do now. Right now, we provide resource and referral services, which are connections to resources for people who contact our agency, but we do not have the capacity within our department at this time to outreach to the community, to those communities who are most marginalized, who have been deemed most at need of these resources and services. And we also do not have the capacity to follow people and help them navigate the systems, so to provide that case management piece. So at this point, we're limited to sort of making the referral and sending people on their way. So included in this would be outreach to communities, engaging the broader community, building trust with the groups that we would be looking to provide services to, and it would be a short-term contract. I have to acknowledge that up until this evening, it was my understanding that these ARPA funds had to be expended by the end of 2024, and so that I understand that there is a longer period to expend them. That gives some flexibility with the timeline that I've proposed to you here, and just gives a little bit of leeway as we're searching for bids and trying to find the right contractor. So the budget that you have in my proposal, I'm going to suggest that you think about it a little differently than what I originally proposed. If you remember, I originally proposed a full-time position, so I had figured the budget that you see in front of you based on sort of what I would put in a budget annually for the fiscal year. But I know that because this is a contracted position, we wouldn't be looking for an itemized budget from on a bid. We would be expecting to give to the contractor a lump sum, but we would include in the RFP that we would expect that within that lump sum, they would provide, X, Y, and Z services as I've outlined here. Included in that would likely be things like not only the employee's wage, but any kind of supervision they would be provided, continuing education or training that would be included, office supplies, program materials. They would be expected to cover any interpretation and translation costs if indeed the case manager was not multilingual, or if they were working with folks in languages that weren't spoken by the case manager. And then if you can see my calculations, I included in sort of my estimated amount what that organization might also offer to their employee as far as benefits, mileage reimbursement, that kind of thing. I've also included a minimum expectation that that contractor would use a portion of the funds for things like transportation vouchers, food gift certificates, perhaps minutes to put on their people's phones, things that people need in order to get to appointments, in order to get their healthcare needs met, in order to apply for jobs and keep interviews and all of those kinds of things. So there would be a small portion of the funds that would be dedicated specifically for those direct costs. All right, so if it's okay with you, I'm gonna go ahead and present, well, you tell me, actually. I was prepared to kind of present the second proposal and then take questions at the end, but if you prefer for me to pause, I certainly am happy to.
That's a go.
I would say present both, because I would imagine there's...
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap. I mean, the behavioral health crisis and the associations with, the associated link with food insecurity and difficult and high unemployment rates and that kind of thing they're all related to both of these proposals. And they all fall under the same priority areas for the town. So please feel free to save your questions till the end. So the second proposal is a behavioral health programming contract, to contract with an organization to organize and execute behavioral health programming across a whole range of types of programs over the course of whatever the period is until the funds expire. But specifically, this programming would address the mitigation and prevention of the behavioral health problems that have been exacerbated by the pandemic. So the basic goals of this programming contract would be to reduce isolation and increase community connection for Westboro residents, increase residents' knowledge of and access to services and resources, and to empower residents with information, skills, and strategies to prevent and mitigate the negative mental health and public health impacts of the pandemic. So I kind of see three tiers of programming involved in this contract. One, it would be large educational presentations or trainings from behavioral health experts that would educate big sections of the community about mental health and substance use issues. There would be another tier of programming that would be what we call in our department community connection activities for individuals and families to promote social and emotional wellness groups. Those would be things like family game night to foster communication and connection, a resource fair to inform and facilitate access to available resources and behavioral health care needs, And then a smaller programming that would be classes and small groups, things that, again, we don't have the capacity to do in our department, but we would love to be able to do to provide mental health skill building programming for smaller groups. And those might include like a yoga and mindfulness class for managing mental health, art, music, or dance for prevention and management of mental health first aid classes, suicide prevention classes, and activity groups that are specific to these different communities who are found through the research to be at highest risk of mental health distress because of the pandemic. So this programming would be open to a range of folks in Westboro. Some of the programs would be open to any and all community members, and some would be targeted to the populations who are identified at highest risk of negative mental health impacts. And you have seen in my proposals that there's lots of research that shows that communities who have already been historically marginalized are the ones who are also at highest risk of mental health distress during the pandemic. That includes, but is not limited to, LGBTQ plus youth. It includes Black and Hispanic and Latino communities. It includes other communities of color, young adults, unpaid caregivers, essential workers, and others. There would be language interpretation offered at all of the large community education events and at many of the smaller events as well, although some programs would be linguistically specific and offered to a specific group in a specific language. So I already touched on some of this, but the expectations of the contracted organization would be to, first of all, conduct some outreach to the Westboro community and learn what it is that residents want and need as far as behavioral health programming. We know some of this from our local, statewide, and national research, but we also want to hear from community groups here in Westboro. What would be of interest to you? We also expect that the contracted organization would do the research to identify available programming, presenters, trainers, teachers, and obtain the endorsement from me as the YFS director before acting on and executing the programming. And then they would hire the subcontractor. So you'll see in the allotted budget amount would include the money that they would pay to the subcontractors to deliver the service. Planning and delivery, including logistics, volunteer coordination, promotion, and participant registration. Again, like with the other proposal, I came up with this random looking number based on the idea of thinking of this as if I was putting it in my budget, but keep in mind it would be sort of a blanket amount that would be offered to the organization, and they would be expected to use it in whatever way they saw fit to make sure they met the requirements that we would put in an RFP. But it would likely include these items listed here. And I see both of these projects very closely aligned with the strategic plan for the town as well as the master plan. I've identified specifically, Christy had pointed out at the beginning where these align with the master plan, but I've also pulled out a couple of items from the strategic plan. Certainly, part of the mission and vision of the strategic plan is to be inclusive and create positive experiences and enhance quality of life, and to promote connection. So certainly we see all of that as a theme throughout these proposals. And also, I know that compassionate social services has been identified as a priority goal in the strategic plan, and specifically outreach to diverse groups and organizations, which these proposals would certainly do. And specific to the master plan aims to build on the town's past and existing strengths and characterizes the community's ideal future for itself, which emphasizes sustainability and resilience. And it's that resilience piece that we're talking about here, because we're talking not only about mitigating the current mental health crisis, but we're also talking about preventing it from worsening. And we know that the master plan's vision includes a commitment to equity, inclusivity, and connectedness. And as Christy pointed out, it very specifically aligns with the public health goal to make community health, physical and mental health, a planning priority. So I welcome your questions.
What happened to the full-time outreach case manager?
I can speak to that. At the finance team level, when Kara had proposed it, she had proposed it for, so it was a full-time position with additional funding for unemployment, understanding that we would likely lay this person off, or at least setting the expectation that it wasn't going to be a full-time permanent position. And so we discussed that, and then we discussed other requests. I think you probably saw that the fire department also put forward an additional staffing request. So the finance team, aside from the police department, which we felt was a planned implementation that was impacted by the pandemic, we didn't want to recommend any proposals that would add staff aside from the police department. So,
and to address your implied question about full-time versus part-time, since this is a part-time proposal, this is truly my response to what I know to be a mental health workage shortage in the community, and knowing that when it's a contracted position that does not come with the benefits of full-time employment, that contractors are more likely to be able to provide a part-time employee from their staff to us than to.
So have you identified some subcontractors?
I have been trying. I haven't identified one yet, but I've been doing some research.
Good luck.
Yes, I appreciate that, because the staffing shortage is a reality.
It's not just a staffing shortage, it is the demand for the service.
Indeed.
And I'm just going to tell you from an emergency room perspective, I've never in my life seen so many youth in an emergency room with mental health. If I come in and look at my track board each and every day, which is how I start my day, if I have 10 people in my emergency room, 6 to 7 of them are mental health.
There you go. And they stay there for days on end.
They board
weeks on end.
and board and board. I have one right now at 360 hours. That's sleeping on a stretcher for 360 hours. Because you have to watch these people one-to-one. I mean, it is unsustainable what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
When the police chief talks about how they're taxed, the fire guys, the police, we can't sustain it.
It's not sustainable. And part of the reason that I have proposed an outreach or a case manager position as opposed to a clinical position is because I am really aiming to work at that prevention level. We know, and we see all the data from the pandemic and pre-pandemic, that these elevated life stressors and the impact of being part of a marginalized community, all of those are such that it is creating additional strain that is leading to these mental health crises. And so my goal is that if we can intervene at the level of basic needs and referral to services and assist with those referrals, which are nearly impossible right now, that might keep people out of the emergency rooms, that might keep people from needing to go into a psychiatric hospitalization. So that is my goal with this. It's lofty, but it's based in research and reality. And so I'm hopeful that Westboro will see that this is a real need and support this proposal.
During the pandemic, though, we all became marginalized.
There is, I mean, to be honest, these services are not for to the groups that have been identified and that I named in this presentation, but it is for everyone because the mental health crisis is incredibly universal. I did not want to take up your time tonight rattling off all the statistics, but I don't think I need to, because anyone who listens to public radio or watches a headline of the nightly news knows that this is a universal need.
Well, and kids have gotten a lot of recognition, but there's a lot of elderly in this community. And there's a lot of elderly people that are very, very depressed. They're not taking their meds. They aren't prescribed meds in some cases, but should be.
Indeed.
I mean, our senior center does a great job because I talk to her on a, frequent basis, unfortunately. But, there's just too much demand, not enough everything.
Yeah.
Not enough beds, not enough people, not enough. We got to get it together.
Agreed.
The questions? Shelby?
Yeah. Kara, thank you very much for both presentations. Really appreciate it. If we can, I'll break my questions down into, I guess, first just the case management contract, since you presented that first. So will there be, through this proposed contractual relationship, a feedback loop back to youth and family services, school services, senior center? Is that sort of anticipated as part of this model? So this individual or individuals are facilitating and kind of helping individuals and families through various aspects of their lives, but yet we as a town offer a number of services, right? So is there a feedback mechanism?
I think we'll need to build that in to the request for proposals. It was very recently that I shifted this from that full-time employee position to the contract proposal. So that level of detail I haven't gotten to yet, but I agree. If this person were employed by the town, I would supervise the position. That feedback loop would be very direct. The clients would be clients of youth and family services. That is still my intention, to make the clients clients of the town, but that's a level of detail we haven't gotten to yet.
Okay. And I think you've answered this question, but with the services, I understand there's a prioritization and sort of the, known groups, potentially individuals or families that could benefit from this immediately. But would these services be available to any resident in Westboro? If they, obviously they somehow have to be self-identified or identified through a process, or,
Yes.
like including, to your point, the, seniors as well. We're not just talking about youth.
So Youth and Family Services serves all ages of residents for our clinical and our resource and referral services. So that would not change. The only way that there would be any distinction of who would get the service or who would not is that we'll be starting our outreach and targeting our outreach to those who we know through the research are most high at risk. But if someone were to come to us that we weren't specifically targeting and need this resource, that is still permissible under ARPA as I understand it. And so yes, that would be allowed. If it came to the point where the demand, like there was a line of people, waiting for the case management, I don't know off the top of my head how we would prioritize that or how we would handle it, but let me just say, since we're going to be rolling this out at the pace, we'll be pacing the rollout, so hopefully we won't have that problem, but given the reality of the crisis, we may have to come up with a plan for that.
A couple more questions, if you don't mind. Is that okay? So at 24 hours a week, approximately how many individuals is it expected in this professional space that one could help facilitate, work with, whatever the right word is?
I can't answer that question off the top of my head. In a week, it would be more than that. No. So I would imagine if, some of the work would be doing outreach and some of it would be the direct service. So I would imagine 24 hours a week, I would say like a caseload of like helping anywhere from 5 to 8 families in the course of a week. Spending a couple of hours, which on each of those.
Stories alone can take 8 hours. That's why I'm not being trite about it.
But generally in a case management relationship, there's a lot of work right up front with the assessment and the information gathering and the initial hunt for referrals, initiating of the referrals, and helping people navigate that. And then then you back off. So you still might have a caseload of there may be a caseload of 20 people, but you're actively spending time each day with 2, or that kind of thing. So it really varies, and it depends on what we're seeing as the need. If the need is to get help accessing the food pantry because there may be language barriers or other transportation barriers, and then the food insecurity is the only need that the family identifies with the case manager during the assessment period, that could be a 2 day intervention, right? Or two interaction intervention, whereas we could have a family, I mean, certainly families that have come to us recently who are immigrants who don't speak English, who don't have health insurance, who aren't connected to a primary care provider, who also have major mental health needs. That could be several hours a week for several weeks on one family.
And I would imagine by working with a contracted service, hopefully there are some sort of economies of scale or efficiencies in facilitating those referrals through their own, like this person is going to be supported by their own organization.
Yeah, my intention
This
just
is not
to-
like a sole source provider kind of facility.
No, it wouldn't be. So my intention would be to go with an organization like Wayside or Advocates or You Inc. or, I mean, there's a number of larger organizations that have the infrastructure already set up and to do this work and who are already providing a wraparound model of care that they would contract with. And having worked for one of those organizations in the past, I know that these are the special kind of projects that they would do. That was 10 years ago when there wasn't this staffing crisis. So, I mean, let's be honest, this is going to be a lot of work for us to get this done. But if we can get this on board, knowing that we have until 26 to expend the funds gives me a little bit of a sigh of relief that we can still have time to get this off the ground once we finally identify the provider.
Would a contract like this have sort of performance benchmarks or something so that we know that the contracted agency, if you will, is meeting?
I guess I think of that as kind of the first question that you asked about what kind of feedback loop there would be. We would want to create some kind of feedback loop. Part of it would be looked for in their bid, their original proposal, to see what kind of systems they have in place to ensure their own quality assurance, for their own quality assurance. Because any of those organizations that I just mentioned off the top of my head have lots of checks and balances in place and accreditation and licensing and all of that stuff. So I would kind of be relying on that to some extent.
Final question, but this one actually I'll ask as it relates to behavioral health. If you had your preference, would you insource this, if you will, and have a staff person versus this opportunity of a 2.5-year contract?
Absolutely, without a doubt. If you see,
it would be a staff person.
Yes. Okay. If you see our internal youth and family services strategic plan, the goal is to hire someone in a similar capacity as this. Because of the pandemic, our own strategic plan and the timeline of that has been stalled, as it has for many departments in a lot of ways, but that would be the ultimate hope. Now, because this is specifically related to kind of pandemic-related stressors and the hope that there will be some reprieve in the crisis over the next couple of years, and that we are going to outreach to communities who don't even know these services exist, that there will be less of a need. I mean, right? I do my job and have been a social worker for 25 years because I'm an optimist and I believe that positive change is possible. So I'm just going to keep rolling with that.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the questions.
Other questions?
Yeah, I just got to, I'll just make a quick comment. First of all, I'll just publicly disclose that my wife works in the Youth and Family Services Department. I have a family member in another community that suffers from mental illness directly as a result of COVID. So I've seen firsthand the impact on an individual of this disease, loss of job, et cetera. So I think this is a really important proposal. I think that our community needs it. I think it's very equitable in the way it's been proposed. And I certainly appreciate, Kara, your work on writing the proposal. A lot of great detail. So my questions, Shelby asked several of my questions, but one question that don't apologize, it's good stuff. My question, I think that is out there is, I guess I'm not quite clear on the term and the use of fringe allotment. Can you talk a little bit about what fringe allotment is and what that means? I guess I missed that.
I think what Kara was saying is that that's how she was speccing out what it might cost for this type of contract, understanding that an employee of one of these organizations might have that insurance cost. So she was just trying to create that budget. Okay. So like we were talking about with one of the other proposals, it would be John's proposal, the assessor's proposal, it would be an all-inclusive contract, and we wouldn't sort of pay extra for someone's insurance or someone's mileage or things like that.
And then another question is, the police chief talked about the new position that they have coming on board as a proactive position to help with mental health calls and issues. How do you see this interacting with that? Is there some connection?
I look forward to talking to the chief about what that might look like.
Okay.
But keep in mind, a full-time person, you need a 7-day-a-week somebody, because mental health doesn't, it's the weekend, I guess we won't be, go off our meds today. It doesn't work like that.
Sure.
So
And what
to
I'm
say
kind of
full-time, it really should be 24/7, just like anything else.
Sure, I guess what I think the way I understand these positions is what Kara's position is proposing here is a proactive position, getting somebody out in the community that can talk to people about their issues, their mental issues. That's great. The chief's position is more of a reactive position. We've got a call, somebody's dealing with a mental health issue, could be related to COVID or not.
Yeah.
And I just want to make sure that that relationship between the two, and that there's also, I'll say, some connectivity between the two, because I can imagine that somebody that has perhaps had a police call, that had a mental health issue, might need follow-up that the community needs to provide through this, this other means. So I'm just wondering how those relate, and I would encourage you to certainly have conversations with the chief about that.
Yes, I will look forward to talking to him about that.
And then I guess the last question is, what's your anticipation? You mentioned that this is somebody that's going to be out in the community. How much do you think they're going to be in the office versus out of the office, on the road, moving around type of thing?
I do not know.
Okay.
I think that at the beginning they'll be in the office a lot because it'll be a lot of learning the ground. I don't know if this will be someone who's familiar with Westboro, and they need to learn a lot about our department and about the town and how we work. And so I think that it will be eventually that they are in the field way more than they are in the office. But again, that is a level of detail that we need to kind of iron out as to, they won't be reporting to us, so that is for me to figure out with a contracted agency what that feedback loop will be, and will our office be their home base, or will that host agency, or that contracted agency be the home base?
Sure.
That's to be determined.
Thank you.
I just had a couple things. One is a comment, and I'm actually looking at the deputy chief back there. I think my understanding from on the police side, that going to the 40 hours a week, this is the existing position that we've had part-time now going to full-time. Is that correct? Okay.
And it's fully grant funded.
And it's fully grant funded, but
Yeah,
it's
and
one that we kind of know and
Right.
have worked through, and we've heard the value that's come there, but the fact is we didn't have enough time. I also agree 24/7 is probably where it needs to go. Getting it from part-time to 40 hours grant funded is a great thing, but yeah, ensuring that coordination is, I think, important.
Right, and I don't know how this additional funding, I'll look forward to talking to you all more about it, but I don't know, I know the existing position is a jail diversion position, and so there's some specificity of which the clinician, what kind of calls the clinician works on. I don't know if that will expand or change with the additional hours. I look forward to hearing about that, but for that reason, there has been some difficulty with overlap with our department and the way that we work, but I think we're all open to just kind of figuring it out as we go.
I'm more than happy to comment.
No.
So the jail diversion program really is a co-responder program. She's embedded with the officers. She responds to calls. So it's like a kind of an immediate right now, like, but they do long-term, programs. We work with the advocates, and they're a great group. If you want any contact information with them, I'm happy to help facilitate that. They're outstanding.
That could be a link.
It seems like sort of so on the public safety, law enforcement side, you have this crisis moment, advocate is there, addressing the situation and doing whatever he or she, in this case she, I think, needs to do. To me, there should be a natural feedback loop, to Youth and Family Services. Whether that individual or family wants to take advantage of that is entirely up to them. Right. But that feedback loop to me should be coming back through, and then maybe, if this is approved, then, then you have this case management group. So to me, there's sort of a holistic opportunity here. If that's not happening yet, I think that needs to happen.
Yeah, I think there is opportunity. There is opportunity to do more of that. There also, as he just explained, Advocates has its own internal systems so that the employee is actually an employee of Advocates who sits here. And so Advocates, the clinician works with her team at Advocates to figure out what the recommendations for the person that they intervene with are. And oftentimes that's a follow-up on Advocates' end. Is there an opportunity for there to be follow-up with Youth and Family Services in some of the cases? I think that there probably is, and that's something that I look forward to working with the police department around, yeah.
I don't know that it's then proactive, but maybe it becomes more aligned with prevention.
I call it secondary prevention, yeah.
Yep. But you could see decompensation if you're out in the community and then alert police that, we see them decompensating, we can get in there ahead of time so it doesn't escalate.
Yes, and in the past we have worked, on occasion we have worked with the previous clinician that was in the position. She's come in when I've had families alert me to a situation that I think could become police involved. So we've proactively worked on a case, to do some prevention work. And I do foresee that that will be possible, especially now that Carly will be in the position 40 hours a week. I think that there's definitely some opportunity there.
Great. My question went back to the second question, I guess, went back to the behavioral health program. So the first one, understand it as much as I need to. It's, as you said, it's complicated and I don't understand it, but I appreciate what you're doing there. So the second one, so I understand it, programming, I did hear a lot about connections, whatever. I know that we have a nonprofit in town, Westboro Connects. Would something like that be considered in this, or is this looking again for a, and they're a nonprofit, would this be considered more for a professional group or whatever there?
Certainly the work that Westboro Connects does had served to inspire some of this idea for this proposal because we work so closely with them on some joint programming now. Whether it would be them to be contracted or another organization, I don't know, but it wouldn't have to be a human service organization as long as it's an organization that understands what we're looking for and hires subcontracts with people who are experts. And that's why the vetting from me comes into place.
Okay. Thank you. Shelby?
Well, if anyone else has questions.
Other questions?
Any other questions, guys?
Alan's shaking his head too, so.
I used to stay in
Okay, so just bridging off of what Ian had asked. So same question that I asked you before, Kara, if you had your druthers, would this be would behavioral health programming as you've framed it here be integrated as part of a staffed and service offering from Youth and Family Services?
Yes, and it is already. So this is an opportunity through ARPA to expand this significantly. We have, since I've come on board, which has been almost 4 years now, many of you know that our outward-facing programming, our community education, community engagement programming has expanded considerably. And I don't foresee that ever changing. I think we will continue to do that, but ARPA has given us an opportunity to put money in there that we don't have through our budget in the town. And again, yes, because of lack of capacity. If I had a full-time community social worker who could do some of this, sure, more of that would be in-house and we keep it. I still expect to keep some of it in-house, but now this will free me up in particular and our administrative assistant up in particular from a lot of the logistics that go into this planning and organizing to work with an organization that we trust to do the work well. It just will let us pay more attention to the direct services that we offer in the office.
Thank you. Would you anticipate a contract being awarded to a single organization or potential for the proposed 77,000 or multiple organizations based on maybe their expertise in the areas that and concepts and the other details that you presented?
I would expect it at this point to be one organization who would work closely with me so that instead of me putting my time and energy that I put in now to sort of identifying and organizing the programs, I could put that into working with that organization to vet the subcontractors. So I think it could be done by one organization. I'm not opposed if like organizations were to, depending on what, I mean, if this goes out to bid and we get bids that are different than what I am envisioning, then I would consider other options.
So that sort of is a nice bridge to my next question, which is, are there other example communities? And again, I know ARPA is just here now, but are there other communities that are currently offering this type of model through a contracted service that, you know, kind of sparked this idea, or that, you know, that they are proposing the same type of money to ARPA?
All of the surrounding youth and family service organizations that I know are using ARPA money for some variation of what I've proposed tonight with both of these proposals and more, and different additional kinds of things. No one is proposing this model that I know of. I mean, I came up with this based on the work that we do with the Square One Collaborative, which is several organizations in town that work together for the last 3.5 years to put together these substance use and mental health prevention education programming, and then coupled with the smaller programming that we do in-house, that we work with the library, and I mean the library and the schools, those are all part of Square One. So it's our own model that we've kind of designed, and now I have an opportunity to sort of fund it.
And sort of blow it out a little bit more.
And to make
really
it bigger and reach more people. I mean, I'm really hoping that a big piece of this will be the outreach and the promotion of this work, because we are doing great work doing community engagement, but I know that we are seeing the same people come to our programs over and over again. And I know there's a huge chunk of this community who would benefit from the kind of programming, and that we may need to change our programming in order to meet their needs. And I'm hoping that that outreach and like sort of targeting and specificity can be done by contracting in a way that we just can't do it in-house.
Just one, I'm sorry, Ian, one follow-on question. That you said that for the behavioral health that there would be an expectation of multilingual services being part of that offering for all the programming that they would be asked to deliver. Is that correct?
Yes, so just to give you an example, if we were to have an expert come in and talk to us about vaping, then the subcontractor, the contractor would hire interpreters to come and be available to do simultaneous interpreting for the attendees at that program. So that would be an example of how we do interpretation for the big program, and we'd make the advertising materials in multiple languages. For the smaller programming, like a game night or a yoga class, then we might provide either a simultaneous interpreter, or we might deliver that program in a specific language if we saw the demand was great enough. So we try to get creative with it.
Okay, other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think on our agenda, the next piece was discussion of all proposed ARPA projects. I know we've discussed them all throughout here. I don't know if there's anything follow-up specifically on that. If not, Michael, I'll turn to you. The question is, we've put on here for votes on both of these to cover us if votes were happening. So I'll turn to you, who's next on the agenda for the Finance Committee.
Well, exactly. Do you want to vote on these tonight? I think we should. I think we should.
Yeah.
Are you gentlemen, lady, ready to vote? Okay. So we'll go down the list and cast our votes.
Yep, that'll be from the Finance Committee side. Yep.
And that'll be the Finance Committee side.
Just so folks know at home too, this is the advisory finance committee making a recommendation on these to the board of, to the select board.
Okay, so each of our votes on the line items will be a recommendation to the select board to fund these requests as indicated on the list provided by the town manager. So there's only 5 of us here, so we don't have an external one. We're going to do a show of hands as a vote. Okay, with respect to the request for the assessor for field inspections, is there a vote in favor? Seeing none opposed, it's 5-0-0. With respect to the LRRP, any further discussion on this matter? Is there a vote in favor? 5-0-0. With respect to the direct assistance to business, the working capital grant program, any further discussion? Is there a vote in favor? 5-0-0. With respect to, well, we've already gone over the professional services. With respect to the fire and police department public radio infrastructure, this vote only applies to the $94,660. Any further discussion? Is there a vote in favor? 5-0-0. With respect to the fire washer and dryer, any further discussion? Is there a vote in favor? 5-0-0. With respect to the fire department washer, $35,000. Any further discussion? Is there a vote in favor? With respect to the 3 additional police officers and the cruiser, any further discussion? Is there a vote in favor? 5-0-0. With respect to the recreational splash pad, $275,000. Is there a vote in favor? 5-0-0. With respect to the Armstrong, sorry about that, we did that one. With respect to the Youth and Family Services outreach worker, full-time,
You want to do the behavioral health programming contract.
Sorry, my mistake. And that was for
$77,000.
Is there a vote in favor? 5-0-0. I think we've exhausted.
Case management.
Case management, I'm sorry, it's not on my list. Why not?
Well, don't skip that one. That's
I
a
will
biggie.
not. Is there
So that's $148,575.
148,000? Any further discussion? Is there a vote in favor? 5-0-0.
We still have to do
Yeah, do we have to do
DPW. We didn't
DPW
talk
in
about
schools.
them, but-
Correct.
and the chillers, we haven't voted for.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's do a vote on the high school chillers. Is there a vote in favor of the high school chillers?
What are we talking about last one?
High school
High school chillers. When the superintendent and the DPW director weren't here, just,
Heard that before, yeah.
It's the one we
$1,620,000.
voted for town meeting.
that's right.
So I think the vote is
It's a-
whether or not you want to pay with ARPA funds or whether you want
That's
to
correct.
take out a
Yes.
loan.
That's correct. So the vote is, do we want to fund these items with ARPA money
Versus borrow.
Versus the borrow that was approved at town
or
meeting.
borrow as opposed to town meeting? Any discussion?
I think that the school,
Well, let's
looking
do
at the two.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, but the school, eating up half of the awarded project seems excessive.
That's a legitimate question, I think. the school department will have taken more than half of the available funds.
They're more than half the budget.
I understand that, but I'm not thinking of proportionality. I'm thinking of the demands of other departments and what was turned down by the finance team.
Well, that's true, but your alternative is we're borrowing. So if you prefer to borrow and spend interest, or do you want to borrow on something else? I don't know. But it's already approved to.
Does the town manager have a recommendation?
Excuse me?
The town manager have a recommendation?
Well, I mean, this is what we put forward for the finance team,
Yes.
which we moved forward, understanding that, in looking at the projects, I mean, the school's projects were significant. They also had on here, so the one that they are not getting funded is the Hastings HVAC, which was pulled off in favor of the Armstrong roof.
Right.
It's on the capital plan, so the town's going to be paying for it regardless, either with ARPA funds or debt. And I think we heard at town meeting that people were interested, voters were interested in us using the ARPA money to offset some of these costs, so.
Any other comments? Okay, no further discussion. Is there a vote in favor? Opposed? 4-1-0. The DPW.
Yep.
Is there any discussion on the DPW amount? Okay. Is there a vote in favor? 5-0-0. That concludes our votes, I believe.
Correct. Okay, thank you. Next is on the select board side on the agenda is to vote to award ARPA funds for projects. I turn it to the board for what they would like to do.
If I may, Ian?
Yep.
I think one of the things that I'm concerned with on the proposals right now in regards to the review of them is one of the things that I think we've missed on. Well, I don't think that the town or the schools have missed on aligning these or accounting for them based on strategic plan, master plan, et cetera. I don't believe there's been a lens placed on these by the master implementation plan committee. There's over 200 projects in the master plan, and many of them are higher rated than some of these based on the master plan as far as priority. And I think that there's a need to allow the master plan implementation team to provide some perspective on these versus all of the other projects, because this is a one-time allocation of funds from the federal government. And I think it'll be far easier to fund projects on the master plan moving forward through ARPA funding versus town meeting, as an example. So my recommendation is two things. I think that we shouldn't vote on these yet because I think that there's a lot of new information that we've heard tonight. And second of all, I think that there needs to be a review by the pending master plan implementation committee to assess these against the overall master plan.
Comments or thoughts from the board?
I guess I have a little concern on what the timetable would look like for that. I mean, I guess what sort of turnaround would you expect for that committee to come back with its recommendations?
I would expect it would be definitely on the top of the list of things for them to be doing. I mean, I think there's a number of things that they do need to do when they first start off. They've already had the contractor come in and review with them what the next steps would be to further prioritizing the 205 items on that list, because for those that aren't familiar with it, there's a lot. And they range in size, complexity, and the amount of work. So I think this should be one of their first things that they tackle is responding back to these as to whether or not, for example, staffing plan needs are a higher priority than roughly 70 other high priority items on the master plan.
I guess I look at a couple of these items and we're already committed to them, and it's just a matter of what our funding source is. So I guess on those projects, I would ask, would it be the Master Plan Implementations Committee's authority to recommend how we fund those projects?
No, I'm not looking, I don't see them as an authority. I see them as just another data point to assess the requested ARPA funds use against the master plan, right? To understand, first of all, do they fully aligned as expected? And second of all, do they meet the overall master plan objectives in the priority that the town sees them? And providing that response back to the select board for a vote at that point. I would also say that I think there's some things on this list that I personally feel comfortable with voting on today. But I think of the 9 items that are on the list that we specifically reviewed tonight, I think there's definitely an opportunity, or should be an opportunity afforded the Master Plan Implementation Committee to look at those and provide their assessment back.
I guess my personal take, I'm a little concerned with that because it really sounds like we're restarting the project. I mean, this has been the ARPA funds and the review and what we've asked departments to do, and going through finance team, et cetera, and putting the work in. I'm concerned that it's starting, so it kind of goes back to timing as well. And I guess the second piece is as I think about master plan, and I agree, there's a ton of stuff there. If I think back to our prior master plan, we're talking about probably at least 15 years to 20 years of implementation timing. So are we, I guess it's just concerned that we're kind of starting back over again and taking what's already been done, presented to us tonight, and saying, thanks for presenting, but and thank you finance team for presenting, but let's go to someplace different and see if we have different results.
I think that's a fair question, Ian. But I think it's a miss on behalf of this board not to account or accommodate the master plan. Of those 205 projects, 146 of them were identified to be in the first 1 to 5 years. So it's a pretty significant number. And like I mentioned, I think it was well over 70 of them were higher priority, for example, than the staffing plan, than implementing the staffing plan. So I just think that, you know, similar to the capital expenditure committee and AFC, I think that we need to afford the master plan committee to weigh in on this. I'm looking forward to them starting up. It's been 7 months since we decided to form that committee, and it hasn't happened yet. But I think it's a miss if we don't do it. And I don't see it as starting the process all over again. I think it's something that we can do relatively quickly and come back with an opinion on these 9 specific projects.
Can I just, the capital planning committee has not weighed in on this process, so that's not accurate. Okay. So my question would be, does the capital expenditure planning committee also get to provide feedback into these? Because some of these items are on the capital plan. And you know, my concern is I don't actually think that it's a quick turnaround. I mean, I would expect months, for several months of the meeting of the Master Plan Implementation Committee is going to be taking those 205 projects and putting reasonable timelines on them and priority order. And then they would be able to take these projects and match against that. Because I don't know how they would focus on this one list. I mean, that wouldn't even make sense, because then they're looking at the 9 projects they would just, that were already moving around. So, I mean, the 1 to 5 year timeline was created or sort of self-imposed by the subcommittees. I mean, we sat there, I was on one of them, I'm sure some people in here were on them. We sat there and we said, yeah, it'd be great if that happened in 1 to 5 years, and that's, you know, what we would hope for. But the point of the reprioritization and the reasonableness of the implementation committee to look at all of the projects is going to shift that stuff around. So I don't think it's quick. And I think that putting more emphasis on the master plan implementation committee excludes other groups.
I think it could be quick enough. I'm not sure, we've gone through a process now well into 9, 10, 12, I don't know, it's been going on close to a year since ARPA funding was allocated or we had an idea of it. So I'm not sure. I think it would be a big miss if we don't allow that, because specifically, I'll just put it out there very bluntly. I look at something like the staffing plan request for $577,000, including a police cruiser, and I say, well, how many things can we get done on the master plan that were rated higher priority than the staffing plan implementation? How many? And I don't know. Some of them might be short dollars, some of them might be no dollars, and some of them might, we might be able to get quite a bit done. So I'm just suggesting that there's a pause here to allow that committee to weigh in on whether or not these are truly the highest priority from master plan. And it's just a data point. It's another data point that the select board can look at and use prior to a vote.
Alan has a question.
So I would just comment on against putting this out to the master plan implementation committee. They are months and months away from being ready to evaluate these projects in context. And yes, while there might be other items that, if we had 6 to 8, maybe 10 months for them to go through the time frame and the prioritization process and then evaluate, there's no indication that other items of higher priority would qualify for the ARPA funds. And knowing that at the other end of the spectrum that there's the potential for funds to be retracted or clawed back if they haven't been allocated, if communities aren't moving forward, I trust, and has been indicated in the presentation, that the departments, as they put together the requests, have looked and aligned against the master plan and the strategic plan. So what we're doing is in alignment. The master plan implementation committee isn't close to being prepared to provide feedback on these projects as far as prioritization against other initiatives. And we're not even sure what other initiatives they would say is higher would even qualify for ARPA funds. So I think we'd be chasing our tails for months and simply delaying the decision.
So that's part of what you said there isn't the question though, Alan. I'm not questioning whether or not these things are aligned to the master plan. That's already been discussed. It's already been shown on the slides this evening. I'm asking if, in fact, because we know that there's funding requirements for master plan implementation, ARPA funding is a windfall that we will likely never see again. Who knows? Hopefully we don't have another pandemic. And so we don't have that opportunity. Staffing, I'll just point out, I think it's more appropriate for staffing to be a town meeting vote for staffing plan allocation than it is for ARPA funding. Using ARPA funding for staffing, for permanent staffing, I think is a mistake. And I think that there's more opportunity for us to do more projects across this town that have already been identified in the master plan, instead of every single one of those projects potentially having to go to town meeting later on. We can be more reactive, quicker to respond, and quicker to get those projects done. I just think it's a miss if we don't do this.
With all due respect, those projects haven't been defined and quantified to a point where you can make a decision. And I would say that if your concern is the staffing component of the request from the police department, that we address that with that one specific initiative and voting on that one item. It's not a reason to send all of these to the master plan implementation committee.
And like I said,
if philosophically you don't feel ARPA funds should be used towards staffing, and that should be something that is planned for the operational budget of the town sooner rather than later, that is a discussion we can have. But if the master plan implementation committee says, well, yes, we like what's proposed, but we think this other project is better, that's great. That other project hasn't been scoped, it hasn't been researched, it may not even qualify for ARPA funds.
Yeah,
and so we're at a point where the research has been done and the analysis has been done. I think we're at a point where we can make an up and down vote on each of these projects. I mean, I will be frank in that, initially in looking at the list, I had concerns about the DPW project, in that, the DPW project benefits the ratepayers and doesn't have, I will say, a direct benefit to people with private wells, who aren't using the water supply from the town for their household water. However, everyone in town does have an indirect benefit from DPW and the water department because our businesses are able to operate and our public services and our fire hydrants work, right? So, if you have an issue with the staffing, then let's talk about that one particular project. But I can't see, having started a committee from scratch, the number of meetings it takes to simply get up and running and organized, and let alone for them to get to a point where they're ready to start evaluating projects against a prioritized list. It's not even a few months, it's many months away. And to think otherwise is just not realistic.
Yeah, you've echoed my point, Alan. It was a miss on our part not to do this sooner, and I think that the Master of Implementation Committee should have been stood up months ago and been part of this process. But I still nonetheless want to make sure publicly that I communicate that I think it was a miss. And I think that we do have time. Yes, I think it's urgent that we do leverage as much ARPA funding as possible. I've already said that I'm willing to vote on some of the items here because I think they're fully appropriate, and I think that there's an urgency around them. And then there's others that I don't think are, and are being requested and yet have a lower priority when it comes to the master plan. So I think I've made my point. I don't know, Ian, if you want to go line by line and go through those, and then I can say which ones I think we should hold on, how you want to proceed with that.
Can I clarify something? And because Patrick and I have talked about this before, I know what he means, I think, but I just want to clarify that when you say that it's a miss, it wasn't a miss in our process.
No, I'm not. It's not a miss in the process. I think that the process that your office, Christy, put together was a very fair and good process. I think that we as a board lost sight of the master plan.
But there was no, so in order for the master plan to move forward, the planning board, who is responsible for the master plan, has chose to set up an implementation committee that would work on those priorities.
Right.
And that the alignment of that work didn't fall at the right time. And so I guess I just want to be clear that there was no opportunity to work with the master plan implementation committee in this process.
Right, until it gets stood up. I agree with you. That was the miss, that we didn't get moving quick enough with that. But I nonetheless think that it's worth a month or two to do that work.
I think it's going to take a lot longer than a month. That's my concern. I mean, we started this process last summer. Yeah, so this took us a year to get to this point.
Yeah.
And if they're going to go through all their projects and then prioritize and put together proposals, if they don't like something because they want a higher priority, and then we have to put it through the consultant. If we have money in that contract to use more of that money to do it, are we now talking another year?
Let me simplify why I think it would be quicker, because I think that this is a very simple question. Does the Master Plan Implementation Committee, once it stood up, believe that these are the highest priorities and the right priorities? Simple question. They don't even have to come back with proposals. Do they think that these are the best priorities aligned to the Master Plan? They may come back and say, yes, these are the right things. They may come back and say, one is, one isn't. I don't know. But that's why I think there's
Go ahead, Shelby.
So just a couple thoughts. So to answer that kind of hypothetical directly, my concern would be if they were to come back and say, well, this but not that, like these three, not those four, whatever, then what? And then to Christy's point, there are other committees, boards. I think about the Climate Action Plan. I know that's not a board, but like, what other groups are we sort of opening the door to here? And in fairness, so let me kind of step back, bigger picture, I fully appreciate the point that you're bringing up. And in hindsight, I wish that there was better synergy between standing that committee up and recognizing we've completed the work of the master plan. ARPA's coming. This is not a surprise to anyone, right? To Ian's point, we've been talking about it for a while. We've all been saying, where's the ARPA money? Where are we going with this?
Yes.
And yet, for whatever reason, that committee's work has not even started. And I totally agree with Alan. I sort of think about the work of the master plan, although they've got at least a massive template and work to work from versus like the Affordable Housing Trust, all the work that has gone into that. And it has been months and months and months. So I don't think, with all due respect, that it is a quick ask. And to Christie's point, if we were to ask them, well, just kind of look at this list and where does this fall, I just think that does a disservice to the overall master plan and the expectation that I have of the individuals sitting on that committee as they're looking to prioritize that work. So let me just finish. Yeah. So I am comforted by the fact that as we've gone to this process, particularly here tonight, and it's probably been referenced before, that there is a direct tie-in to the master plan we've just completed. To your point, it may not be the priorities, the low-hanging fruit, cross-reference with the highest priority and all of that, yes. So in that sense, possibly a miss, possibly. But I think to hold up where we're at this point, even on the staffing piece, on the that staffing component, which Alan, I appreciate you saying maybe we need a specific discussion about that. We have pushed that back specifically, as Christie's made the point many times, because of COVID, and I think that as I've thought about this, to continue to push that particular item, I think it's so apparent that those services are needed, meaning the officers, certainly the cruiser too, but that we're just kind of delaying it. And not unlike, to me, this vote and this support of, if we were to support that, it's no different than what we did with the SAFER grant, if my memory serves me correctly. We called a special town meeting. We had 75 people in the room at town hall, and is that correct? The SAFER grant, and we had 75 people or so in town hall who said, yay, I support applying for the SAFER grant. And yes, it was a public meeting, but it was 75 people in a town of whatever it was at the time. So I feel like as a board, we are empowered to, and we should move forward with, the recommendations here, including the study. And I fully recognize your point, Patrick. And I think that, I wish there were more money left over so that master plan group might have kind of more to contemplate, but they're already getting a pretty good swipe at it, if you will, in the projects that we're considering. So
yeah, no, all good points. I will just say that I'm looking for the same level of assessment and feedback that we just got from AFC. It took 10 minutes for them to put a vote together on all of these topics. The people that are going to be on the master plan implementation committee are likely going to be people who are members of other town committees and are very familiar with ARPA and what's already been, these proposals have come through and been publicly available for a while. So I'm just saying, I think it would be valuable to have that data point, and I think that answer can come back fairly quickly. But I've said my piece.
And I think that what I heard was there are some that you want to go through. What I would propose that we do, but I look to the board for things, is that we go through and vote on these. And if you don't agree with it, vote no. Yeah. And
so can I make just one point? I felt like, so I greatly appreciate the time and effort of all the town staff that stayed here late to provide their input. For me in particular, the splash pad, I want to support it. I feel like we're missing some information. In particular, like, is that the right number? Are we being asked to vote on, is the 275 the right number? I know there's the park grant out there. So my concern in that vote is, based on the information we have, I feel like it's incomplete at this point. So that's my hesitation on, honestly, only that item. So I just wanted the board to hear that before we kind of start at the top, since it's down toward the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess I look at.
Do you want to go through and flag anyone with questions, and we can vote the other ones in, sort of like how we do the budget?
But what? Sorry, Alan. So the proposal is.
Do you want to just list them off, and if someone wants further discussion or a separate vote, we set it aside and then we can vote in bulk on the ones that nobody has an objection to.
Okay, sounds good.
I think that's fair.
Okay, so I'll do that. Thank you for that, Alan. So what I'll do that then, I'll go through. So the first one, assessor field inspection services.
I'm sorry, what was the ask here? If we object
We
or
want a
question?
Questions on
Question
it.
like we do, okay.
Yep. So we'll pull it off, but then we'll vote the other ones in mass. So the comprehensive wayfinding system. Direct assistance to business working capital grant program.
Question?
Okay, fire department public radio infrastructure.
Question.
As well.
Fire department commercial washer and dryer. Fire department equipment washer.
Question.
Police, 3 additional officers and cruiser.
Question.
DPW water quality chlorine potassium hydroxide. Recreational splash pad.
Question?
High school chillers. Youth and family services, case management contract services. Youth and family services, behavioral health programming contract. Okay, so what I heard called out then was working capital grant program for community development, public radio infrastructure, fire department equipment washer, additional 3 police officers, recreational splash pad. Those ones I heard, right?
Yeah.
Did I miss any? Okay, so I would entertain a motion for approval of all those non-questioned items.
So
moved.
Oops. Alan, you want to second it?
Oh, second?
So I'll take Alan as the approval and Sean as second. All those in favor?
We have to do.
Oh, roll call vote, sorry, because Alan, roll call vote.
Edinburgh, yes.
Keo, yes.
Welch, yes.
Marshall, yes.
Okay, Johnson, yes. Okay, let's go back through these then. So the first thing questions was the working capital grant program.
Yeah, so, well, I think the concept is, it certainly is aligned with the purpose of ARPA. I think that there have been other programs that the Economic Development Coordinator, Community Development Director have brought forward on ways to grow businesses versus kind of supplementing kind of working capital, and that's my struggle with this program. And $65,000 divided by 5,000 across however many businesses, I'm just not sure if that's the best kind of bang for our $65,000 in terms of kind of sustainable value to the community. That's my concern.
Yeah, I would say, I think the current program they have that is for allowing small business or any business sort of add to their business or bring them into town, things like that, I think has been very effective, and this year has gotten a tremendous amount of interest. And possibly at some day we want to add to that program. I look at this as, I think, a one-time opportunity only because of what's happened to some of these small businesses. I think Zach has showed us statistics previously that for a lot of these businesses over the pandemic, they've been down like 30 or 40%, and I think they're really struggling. It's tough. I think as a one-time allocation, and we wouldn't want to do this in any ongoing sort of way, but just seeing some of the other towns that have felt the need to have a similar program and in a much larger scale than this, sort of says, at only 65,000, it may be, I'm wondering if that is actually enough, but.
Well, no, it's a fair point. I don't know that it's enough, and I don't, and I guess my point is that I think that there's been a tremendous amount of availability of funds over the course of the pandemic to businesses of all sizes, and many programs that businesses of all sizes could have and did tap into. And while revenues may have been down, I think, in fairness, we don't even know how many businesses, to Zach's point, would potentially even, be eligible for this. We have some estimates of numbers, but they're very, very rough. And I just think that we could utilize that $65,000 at some future point for unidentified needs right now that would meet the ARPA criteria. I'm just not sold. I'm just not sold on the benefit of it.
I guess my take on this one is, this to me is one of the ones that I think is so clearly an ARPA funding. Most of these other ones, I'll be honest with you, I think we have money there, but it's a stretch. I know it qualifies.
Sure.
But this one to me is exactly what I think it was for. And then yes, there are other programs, but I think, putting some in and yes, we have things to grow or attract new businesses, but I think it's just as important to keep businesses that are here and try to help them keep afloat. Yes, it's a small dollar amount, but I also think there's a goodwill and marketing term loosely, but a goodwill aspect of it, of the town, of trying to help those businesses that, have struggled through this, that say, hey, we're thinking about you and we're supporting you. And it's not just about growth and attracting the business that's going to take that space that you vacate. I want to keep you in that space. And then, yeah, it's not a ton of money, but I think it's well worth it, and really a perfect use of ARPA funds.
I think Alan's hand is up.
Alan?
I really do appreciate Shelby's point about, is $5,000 really going to make a difference? Are we going to impact enough businesses? And so I waffle on this one a bit, but I sort of lean in favor of going forward with it. With the trust that the staff members who are evaluating the applications will look for application of the money where it is going to help the business survive or help the business get on more sure footing, that it wouldn't just be on the greatest losses, or if you look at a business and say, $5,000 isn't going to keep them open, you wouldn't allocate the funds. So there's a level of trust there. And if we find out that there isn't enough need or demand for it, then, when the program ends, that money can come back into the ARPA pool and be allocated to other strategies. But I agree with Ian that this is direct ARPA assistance, and I expect there are a number of businesses where, the $5,000 will make enough of a difference that it's a worthwhile program to have. I did a quick look. According to the 2020 census, there are over 2,340 businesses in Westboro. And if you look at national averages, 75% of those would be considered small businesses.
Other comments on that one? Okay. Is there a motion to approve this one?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve direct assistance to businesses working capital grant program for $65,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alan. Okay, roll call vote. Alan?
Edinburgh, yes.
John?
Keough, yes.
Patrick?
No.
Shelby?
Marshall, no.
Johnson, yes, so that passes 3-2. Okay, next on our list was public radio infrastructure. for fire and police department that was questioned.
As I stated earlier, for those reasons I stated earlier, I just wanted to have this as a single line item vote as long as the others, so.
So this was related to your discussion on
Master plan. I want to understand how these weigh against other master plan projects.
I flagged this total amount.
186,000 and change.
But we're just voting on the amount listed.
Right, you're just voting on the amount listed.
186,365.
That was the total amount. And then he also said he thought that there's negotiating room of maybe 10%
Right.
lower on that. But still, to what we're voting on tonight, I think the recommendation from the town manager and finance director was to just vote on what's gone through the process right now, which is the 94,660, and have the finance team take it back and evaluate the additional piece. Yes, and that was the recommendation of the finance committee to us, was the 94,660.
Can I ask a question about this?
Yep.
So for the balance, to bring us to the 186, where would potential other funding come from, Christy?
I guess it depends on where this process is going. I mean, we've been really clear on our process, and so we didn't want to just sort of unilaterally say that now it should be the 186 without talking to the finance team. And so there is additional, even with what was recommended, there was additional money.
So I guess the potential first, most obvious pass after the finance team evaluates this would be that they're to go back to ARPA for the balance of this. Is that
potentially? I mean, that coupled with the negotiation that the chief spoke about.
But I guess I'm not hearing that we would hold for like fall town meeting.
Well, I mean, if you move forward with the process that has been recommended or suggested, where the master plan implementation committee could potentially assign these funds, we know it's on the capital plan, so it's coming back.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. So there are a number of different ways through which this could come back anyway, and funding sort, but there also.
I think what we heard was urgency around it. But
understand.
Yeah.
Well, and so just one comment in support of this vote now is that, and in favor of it, is that I think that we heard from the chief about the sort of the nature of the condition of the equipment, and we've already seen that staggering increase in costs, which I was hoping was a typo, but it's not. I think that there's, when it comes to public safety, I mean, to me, this sort of has to kind of take priority and precedent. So I'm strongly in support of actually the whole amount, but I realize we're only voting on the 94,660.
I'm also in support of the full amount, even though we're only voting on the 96,660. This came forward to the capital planning committee in my first year on that committee, and I expressed concerns at that time that where it felt the schedule might be 1 or 2 years too late, as the equipment went out of end of life and, was expected to be to the point where, you'd be salvaging parts from other municipalities with similar systems and stockpiling parts to keep it running. So I'm definitely in support of this.
I would just add that, like I said earlier to the AFC, given, the remaining balance, the board could vote to just, you could vote to allocate those full amount if you so chose.
I think I might heard the recommendation go through the process. I think that would be to me, that would be the way to go. I mean, I am supportive of the full amount because I agree that needs to be done, but I just think putting it back through the process is the correct way to do it. Any other comments?
Motion?
Okay.
I move to allocate item for, 94,660 for the fire police department, public radio infrastructure.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call vote. Alan.
Edward, yes.
John.
Keough, yes.
Patrick.
Yes.
Marshall, yes.
Johnson, yes. Okay, 5-0. 5 being present. Okay, the next one was the fire department equipment washer, the, I think, $35,000 piece of equipment.
Same reason stated earlier
Okay.
in regards to master plan.
So I would say, again, just with respect to kind of the appropriate use of ARPA funds and the investment we've already made in the equipment, whatever the date was, a couple of years ago, time flies, that, to me, this is sort of an investment in maintaining an already costly investment and asset that we have of the town, so I'm supportive of it.
Yeah, I think potentially there was also a grant for this, so it, would be a few months out. It could come back, but I agree with what Joey says. I'll make a motion, $35,000 for the fire department washer.
Second by Alan. I think you had a comment.
Yeah, I did. So I guess with that in mind, though, Sean, you're mentioning that there's potential for additional funding. Should this not be something that we hold on to until we hear if there's that grant funding, and then vote on it, which would in fact give us time to better assess its urgency compared to other master plan.
The money isn't going to be spent until we hear about the grant. So if we get the grant, it'll come back.
Right.
But regardless, I would argue that we need to purchase it, so we're really just agreeing that it needs to be purchased tonight.
It's an amendment in the state budget. And so once that's passed, we would know. There's other ones on here that if it was funded through an alternative funding source, it would change the use of ARPA funds. But the idea was that this is a recommended project, and so it would obligate those funds until such time they were released if there was another funding source. And I would just add that the equipment washer, being a capital item and operational, would not be in the master plan.
Right.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, it was moved and seconded. Alan, vote.
Member, yes.
Sean?
Keo, yes.
Patrick?
No.
Shelby?
Marshall, yes.
Johnson, yes. That's 4-1, 5 being present. Okay, next one down is the police, 3 additional officers and 1 cruiser. Comments, questions? I think from your side.
Yeah, it was the same.
Yeah, I would just say it's difficult to add 3 officers to the budget. Right? It's a challenge, and we have an opportunity here to spread that burden over a few years to kind of ease it into the town budget. I think people are comfortable that these officers are needed. I think the concern was always sort of that dramatic hit to the budget all at one time, and here we have this opportunity to spread that cost over 3 years. I believe that this is a good use of these funds.
And I would just add, this is a direct impact from ARPA. We worked, and the chief and the department was willing to delay what was already planned. So I agree with Sean, what you said is that this gives us the opportunity to do what was already planned, but also was pulled out just to, and a good conscience on the budget, so.
I guess to add a comment on that, I guess from my perspective, the question I asked of the chief was very specific, as he heard from the community that there is an issue with response, and I understand that the chief is also looking to broaden his capability to support other work that the department needs. I certainly see the value in that. I feel strongly, though, that this is the type of thing that does need to be voted by the community as opposed to this board, and it's inevitably, just like all other grant funded or other funding things, will eventually end up on the payroll, on the budget as part of a town vote. Why not do it now? Why not save? Because this is a one-time allocation of ARPA funds, and that's a big number with a cruiser in there too. And I'm worried that we just chopped off a portion of the $258,000 through one of the other projects we just approved. So that number is even smaller to be allocated. And I can see of the 78 higher priority master plan programs, I think there's a ton of opportunity here that 577 could be used for other, and that the town meeting would approve that as a hit to the budget anyway. So we lose our ability to implement master plan work if we approve everything on this. This is what I'm saying.
Like Alan.
Other comments? Alan?
I would argue that the objective of the ARPA funds isn't to implement work of the master plan. The objective of the ARPA funds is to help the town address the impact, the direct or indirect impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the breadth and quality of services that the town provides. That we can do that work for those ARPA, the intent of the ARPA funds in a way that aligns with the master plan and our strategic plan is a bonus, and it's an added benefit. This line, this project for me, and this funding is also, it's a very difficult decision because I agree generally in principle, yes, don't use one-time non-operational or any non-operational funds to fund what would be part of the operating budget. Which is why I asked the chief and the deputy about, programs such as the SAFER grant on the fire side that provided funding for additional staffing that let us ease it onto the budget. If we don't use the ARPA funds for this, I don't see those 3 officers coming in at October town meeting or all of them even at next town meeting. I see that at best case being phased in over another 1.5 to 3 years. And again, this is based on an analysis of staffing needs for the department that, really was developed in 2019, 2020 with the intent of being implemented in, starting in 2021 through 2022. And so I agree it's very atypical to do it this way. It's 10% of the ARPA funds, worst case, knowing that there is a potential for a $125,000 grant that the department's pursuing that would offset some of this 577. While it's atypical, I generally support this.
Yeah, and Alan, I agree with you that the intent of the ARPA funds isn't to support the financing of master plan initiatives altogether. No, I'm not suggesting that. What I'm saying is the vast majority of those items on the master plan are likely to be ARPA compliant, and most of them are single use. They're a single project with a finite dead ending, and so they're ideal for using this type of grant money, whereas staffing is not, right? Long-term expense is ideally not. So it's kind of the reverse of the structural deficit question that we discussed, around the budget time. So I just see that 10% of the ARPA funds being used for this, where it can be funded through town meeting and likely would be voted on at town meeting, would be more appropriate so that we could leverage ARPA funding for more of the master planning initiatives, which we all know have dollar signs all over them.
So, if I may?
Yep.
So this is a hard one from from purely that it's staffing, and we've tried to be very consistent through this process to not add staffing, and other departments have, kind of pulled back on those, initial recommendations or requests. However, I look at that, this ARPA windfall, if you will, as an opportunity to get to a place that I think intuitively and, by the numbers and by a study that we paid for and through other studies, strategic plan and the master plan, that says we want to be more proactive and more reactive. And we've heard that over and over and over again. So to me, these funds, and obviously it's applicable to address the pandemic and the impacts of that. to me, this is a perfect use for the windfall because it allows us to do that staggering that, Sean referred to, that I think that the taxpayers want versus that, here are three. And Alan, you're exactly right. I mean, I hadn't thought of it that way, but you're exactly right that, if we were to vote this in, it would be, and then a cruiser, and then we'd be deciding, do we really need a cruiser because we're only adding one? I mean, as much as this is a big ticket item, I think it's a great use of the funds that has will have broad public support and fills a gap.
Yeah, I would just add to that, and going back to what I said earlier, it was planned to go in, and I think Alan said it, in those increments to bring to town meeting, and Shelby, I agree with you, we pushed it off. So that if it comes back to town meeting, it would be 3, and that would be an immediate impact to the taxpayers. This is a way to, in essence, catch up, using ARPA funds to catch up.
Start, rolling it in, it would be 12, and 11, right? So we're talking about, call it, $35, $40 by the time we get there, and whatever the numbers are, right, would be more as an immediate hit.
So we had, the police department had initially proposed that the budget carry $65,000 of the cost, and then ARPA would cover the rest for this for fiscal 23. But because of the increase, we pulled that out. And then the deputy said in the beginning that we actually pulled out any increase to the budget. And that obviously would have required a vote of town meeting if any portion of FY23 was funded through the budget.
Is there a motion on this one?
Sure. I'll make a motion to approve the 3 additional officers in cruiser in the amount of $577,299.
Second.
And moved and seconded. Alan?
Edinburgh, yes.
Keogh, yes.
Welch, no.
Marshall, yes.
Johnson, yes. That's 4-1, 5 being present. Thank you for that. Next one, recreational splash pad.
So I think I won't take up more time. I think you heard my questions that I asked of Jen. I just feel like I'm just not comfortable that we have the right number for the splash pad, based on the information that has been presented to us. And I would just like some more detail. So I would only ask that we perhaps address this at our next board meeting and take a vote then.
It sounded like she was close. She tried to get something for us today. So I think, if I would be comfortable pushing this to our next meeting.
I mean, I don't know that there's a sense of urgency on this one. It's cost and escalation, but it's
right. There's a grant.
2 weeks.
What time does the grant have to be submitted?
July.
July. Okay.
And our next meeting is when? I don't even know.
June 14th.
Thank you.
I guess I'm fine either way. I mean, I would be fine to vote on it tonight. One, I'm supportive of it, as you heard me say earlier. What I also heard is that, this is variable. It could probably be $1 million if we wanted all the, what'd you call it? The,
Bells and whistles.
or whatever.
Dr. Seuss World.
Dr. Seuss World. That's what it was. That was good. Dr. Seuss World. It sounded to me that with the work that was done, that this would, get us something at maybe a smaller area that can grow over time. But again, I defer to the board. I mean, I'm supportive of it, ready to vote for it, but if folks want to delay it, that's board's call, not mine. So I guess is I would ask for a motion. That will decide it.
Right, exactly.
Okay, not hearing a motion. What I did here was that we put it on the next agenda, is that, and try to get the stuff
And that
from,
presumes, we have the information.
so Christie, if we can get some more information, that would be
Yeah.
great. Okay, I think that's it. Am I right?
Good discussion. Thank you to the FC for your time and staying
I
late.
think everything is approved except for recreational splash pad, which was deferred to our next meeting, so. Perfect, yes, thank you for the.
Thank you, Westboro TV.
Thank you. Anything, actually, one last item, anything from interdepartmental transfers was on our agenda, but are there anything in front of us tonight?
we have one, but I don't have it for you. Do you have the, actually, you don't have a quorum anymore, so. There's
Wait,
one,
those
we'll
meetings.
just do it on the 14th. It's
Okay.
the ZBA. It's just moving some money over because their legal ads have gone up because of the additional language I have to put in them, so moving
Okay.
from salary and wages to expenses.
So there will be one coming, we won't vote on it tonight. I'll take a motion to adjourn both meetings.
I'll move that motion. Make the
Second.
motion.
Hey, Alan?
Edinburgh, yes.
Marshall, yes.
Welch, yes.
Johnson, yes. FinCom, yes, I heard it, see it. Thank you guys for staying. Thank you, Westboro TV.